ba damuwa, ci gaba da aikin ka. Ci gaba da aikin ka.
So I'm doing this quick little insert video, and you have to retain the memory of this because I'm going to mention it a lot in the videos and this video. So really quick, you're going to see clips of Mount Rushmore, and you're going to see what I call the band that's on the bottom of the monument. And you'll see, look at this real close. This is the bark of a cedar tree, okay? I want you to look at this close. Okay, look at the bark of the cedar tree. Okay, I want you to remember that. Okay, you see this right here. That's just a band of the tree that was not shaved. Okay, all this here. For that. Then I'm going to talk about, they always talk about the unconformity, where things are like at a different angle. Remember, these branches crisscross like pickup sticks, and there's many other different types of examples. For example, like this. This would be considered an unconformity because they always talk about strata. Strata is something like this. So strata could be what they call sediment. It could be up at an angle. It could be laid flat. But it's all just part of the tree, okay? So just remember that and retain that memory. But this would be kind of like what they would consider an unconformity. And people need to understand the size of these trees. Okay, so you need to retain that memory. And when they talk about strata, you're going to see it throughout this video. And I pray that you watch it all because it's extremely important if you really want to know and understand the truth. I explained strata. It could be sediment, what they're calling sediment, which is part of the rings of the tree. It could be upright. But like you're going to see, you could see it in water. You could see it in areas that have high erosion. But if you could imagine this right here, okay, you're going to see this in the video, that the water has worn between all the different rings and the fibers of the tree, okay? And there's thousands of different ways these trees break down, but you have to understand the trees are like fibers, so you've got to retain this memory. It could be like this, where the water has cut channels through all the fibers of the tree, or the wood. It could be like this. Okay, it's really important to understand that. The strata, what they call, could be like this. But these are very small examples that I show you, okay? This could be strata. It could be laid down flat. It could be up at an angle. It could be horizontal, vertical. It's important to understand that. Let me show you here, okay? So here's a set of rings that is recognizable, okay? You see that? overview. Okay, all this is the same. This could be a massive branch that's hundreds of feet in diameter that's found. But this is not damaged, okay? This is recognizable, okay? And then you come over here on this side and you see that they're all busted up and they're not in perfect line like this. And rings aren't always in perfect line like this. But you see when they get busted up, what they look like, okay? And I'll show you from a side view. All that is right here that's all busted up. And all these pieces you see here are all ones used to look like that with the rings of the tree. Okay, is it making sense now? And they always split like that, okay? Vertically and horizontally. But I don't mean to repeat myself, but you see this here is recognizable and this here is not, okay? The rings are busted. And you'll see this in different many examples. Okay.
Look at these rock layers. I don't know what they're called, strata, whatever they are, but really quite interesting patterns on the rocks.
One of the more striking outcrops just to the north here and among a lot of striking outcrops and scenery is this kind of whitish gray, kind of chaotic looking jumble of rock. And what we see when we get up here is some of the layering in the rock. These are the beds. These are the original sedimentary beds of this fine-grained, I guess we could call it, you know, siltstone. Some might call it an argillite. Basically kind of like a shale. It's fine-grained material, all pretty regularly bedded. And then what's equally striking is that there's a running 90 degrees to that. So there's the layering in the rocks we can see there. You can see the different lines running through it.
So I showed you about the cedar, and he was talking about that piece in there that was uplifted, okay? This is the same type of piece right here. Okay, I'm going to show you what this is. Here's a couple small, these pieces here are like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. You see the cedar. You'll see this out at Garden of the Gods, the Black Hills, Arizona, Utah. It's everywhere in this world. You just got to have the eyes to see it. Okay, this is what the cedar does. It has specific characteristics. Okay, this piece right here is no different than this. Okay, you see these larger pieces out here. Let me get this one and show you in the sun. It's so beautiful. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but the color of it is fascinating. And that was all in the tree. The trees were different back then. They were silicon trees. But you come here and you'll see this piece is the same thing. And it's got the small curve to it, but it's like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. This is the same thing that he's showing you right here. And when you look at like how the tree breaks down. So you could have a tree ring, okay, whether it's a 1/16 of an inch or feet thick. That one tree ring has dozens or hundreds of different fibers in it that are microscopic. They're so small. Let me turn this on end. So you see here, these are all just tiny, tiny tree rings that will eventually turn into mica or just erode away. So that's what he's going to be showing you.
But then running nearly 90 degrees to it are these fracture surfaces. And this is controlling how the rock is breaking at the surface. It's actually breaking along these surfaces to form these kind of shaly particles here. And what this has been mapped as is this is actually a slate. So this is a unit called the Ram's Horn Slate. So it's breaking primarily along this fractured surface here. So a slate's different than a shale in that it's been metamorphosed to some degree, and it has usually a different orientation in which it breaks, and that direction it breaks is what we sometimes call foliation. And so here again we can see the foliation or the layering in the rock runs nearly vertical and more or less perpendicular to the beds of the rock, which run horizontal there. So just a really impressive outcrop. Really kind of caught my eye as I was driving by today. As you look up above, you can see it's folded in places. So you can see some of that layering kind of bending over. Other places it looks like maybe blocks have come down and it's a little more chaotic and jumbled. But it looks up near the top there, like where this overhang is, it's actually kind of rolling over and is folded a little bit. And probably a lot of the deformation here associated with the severe orogeny about 80 to 120 or so million years ago. A lot of these older rocks were compressed, folded, faulted, and that's a lot of the deformation you see in this region. So
also, I'm going to show the monument. Besides the band that they left there to mock you, I'm going to show you where two different branches came out. One on the roadside and one at the monument, okay? I want you to understand the characteristics of the cedar. It's really important to understand that. So you have the cedar, and a lot of branches will do this, but they always, where the nub is, just remember the little nub, okay? The little nub like this. This is what I call the nub, okay? And then you have all the radius rings like this that are around the nub. A lot of this is missing right here. This would have came around like that. This would have came around like that. It's just the characteristics of branches coming out, specifically cedars, just like this. You're going to see this branch in the ground like this. And you're going to see a lot of this top part that swoops down is missing. You'll see a bunch of these right here. The top layers that continue that same configuration are missing. If you look at it close, and then you'll see all the radius rings. So just a quick video on the branch. This is a better example where this is going into the ground, where a branch came off of the main tree of biblical proportions, literally. And this is going into the ground. You see the swoops? This one's going into the ground. You can't see it. And then when you look up underneath, these are all the radiuses that you're seeing that are so thick. This is a perfect example. So you imagine this going into the ground, and everything on this side is part of the main branch there, where you see all like the flagstone. This here, I'll show you, it's wood, hey? This is a twig. This is all wood. It was a twig off one of the branches that fell off the giant cedar. And a lot of this is missing. Around this branch, you'll see, like here, the way this comes around, you'll see the same thing at the monument in my Mount Rushmore video. You'll see that this goes around the branch. A lot of this is missing, and it swoops up just like that. These are missing. That was higher. And all this radius that's around the branch, the twig, went around up like that and over, just like the cedar does. Just like cedar does all kinds of crazy cool stuff. But what you're seeing is from here down, it's going into the ground. This all went like this, around and up, just like the cedar does. Let me stand back and show you. This was where a twig came out of this branch. It's going down under the road. It went around and it went back up. All this is falling away, all this is falling away. So what you're seeing here is this twig off of this branch. It's been cut out, and a thin layer of vegetation, like I always say, hides everything up above. You see that thin layer of vegetation? Everything underneath is all the biblical trees, tree remains. And you see, this is all just part of the radius around the twig that came out of this branch. Went around, up, and over. See all the radius around this branch. And it's so cool because it went up and around just like the cedar does today. This is so crazy. Okay, I'm going to show you where a large branch came out of here. Okay, you see this right here? That's just a band of the tree that was not shaved. Okay, all this here. Okay, I'll put a picture in here of what that is. And if you really look at the characteristics of the cedar tree, you'll see right here the swoop. I guess that's what you would call it, okay? I showed you this already. And there, when I pulled over on the side of the road, you see here, this is the center part of where a branch came out. And if you look at all the radius, all around it, let me back out a little bit. Okay, you go in. See all the radius that goes around it. Okay, this is all part of the cedar tree. It's just the characteristics of it. Okay, right there is where a branch came out. See them little... Right there is where a branch came out. Okay, and then it swoops up right there, and then it swoops down right here. Okay, and the whole thing sweeps up. And remember, there's been thousands of years of weather and erosion. These are all just rings, radius rings around that knot or branch. Right there. You see here, these are just rings, like I showed you around that knot of that branch. See that? And here, this is all just part of the tree that hasn't been shaved. It's like they're mocking you. Remember, all this stuff has been smoothed and rounded. This is just part, like a spire of the tree. It's been all smooth and rounded. But you can see here on the left, this is all petrified wood. Hey everybody. So once again, I don't like speaking. I would rather just show you some things, but I just have a couple data points that I need to get across, and I don't mean to like beat a dead horse, so to speak. But this is going to be part 2 of a series and called The Final Conclusion. And it's just a complete summary of the last 6 years because, like I say, I don't mean to beat a dead horse. I've shown over the past 6 years more truth than I could even put into words. A lot of new subscribers don't understand a lot of it. Throughout the videos, there's over 100 videos, they explain just about everything in detail that you could possibly have a question for, and even more. And you know, there's so much going on in the world right now that, you know, like, why would this matter to a lot of people? Well, it does matter. It's really important. It exposes all the lies, and it shows the truth of creation. The implications behind it are devastating, but it'll never come to light just due to this world system. They have their curriculum that they follow, and it holds everything together, all their lies. I've never tried to convince anyone or manipulate them. I've just showed them, not like through my opinion or my beliefs, but I've showed them undeniable, self-evident proof on all my claims, even through like the periodic table. Let me flip this around real quick. I just want to show you in a minute. We're gonna cover through all this. Okay, there's so much here, and I have a few other videos that are similar to this that I'm going to attach to the end of this just for documentation, because these are going to be like my final videos. And it's just going to be for like a library of different things. And then all this stuff is going to go into bins and probably never be out again. I would be open to donating everything to a university of some type, but that will never happen because, like I say, the curriculum and the academics that they teach, it goes way outside their scope, and they'll never do it because it contradicts and destroys everything that they teach in geology and many other things. One thing that's really important that new subscribers and a lot of people don't understand is the size of the trees. There are also large plant trees, shrubs, bushes, vegetation, and even tropical. There are videos out there, if you care to look, of all the different types of them, different types of plants, trees, shrubs, even marine life like coral and tropical that are petrified, and you'll see how amazing they are. They're not your stereotype piece of petrified wood, but you imagine the I'm going to cover this here in a minute when I go through all this stuff, the root system that had to anchor these trees to the ground. You know, the Bible says they went down to great waters. I would assume that them would be the waters of the fountains of the great deep. And let me see here. You know, and it's also really important that people understand, new subscribers and even people that really aren't getting it, the size of the trees, how they break down. They break down in thousands of different ways, and you could be, this is worldwide, it's all across this earth, and a lot of things are very recognizable if you know what you're looking at. A lot of things are not. They just look like a cluster of things. It doesn't look like anything. And then you can look out in the distance and see nothing, just like grassland or rolling hills. But I've shown you 1,000 times over that underneath that thin layer of vegetation are the tree remains. We're only seeing the ones that are on top. But the size and how they break down is what people really need to understand. And that it was all across this earth, and there was different weather erosion and different erosion from different types of weather and climate, earthquakes, salt water. And there's so many people out there that do this pareidolia thing and say this is that or that, and even though it may look like it, it's not. Look in different areas and you'll see exactly what it is. It's deception. It's a lie. And you know, one last thing is I mentioned in my first video on this series that about the Bible says you live by faith. Okay, that's just believe in Scripture, you know, regardless of how crazy the stories are. But you can get to know Him through His creation, as it says, and what I show you today will be a prime example of that. And one last thing I'd like to say before I start this, it's really important, is like just use a little logic that their go-to evidence for all the mountains, the hills, the buttes, the the mesas, the mountains, everything is from volcanic activity and uplift. And I challenge you to just go look at what magma looks like. Magma reminds me of hell. It's a slurry of melted rock, and I'm going to cover this here in a minute. But it's that barren, harsh lava rock and obsidian, and it would remind me of what hell would be like, harsh and brittle and not very beautiful. All that magma came up through fissures and through different dikes and created all these beautiful rocks and everything after it cooled. But most of you know better than that.
Why is this so varied? Why is there dense glass, like here? And why does that dense glass transition up to this banded vesicular zone? My goodness. Make sure I don't cut myself here. This stuff's beautiful. Hi.
Hello. A little.
Okay. Nice person that I met on the trail. I guess she survived Lake Ann. Oh, you're off. You're off. You're totally off. I listened to the request. Scott wants to be on, but Eleanor wants to be off camera. No? Okay, I'm going to read this placard to you. Where people lived near Obsidian, their lives and cultures were transformed. They used and celebrated the glassy gift of volcanoes to manufacture tools, weapons, jewelry, sculptures, and ceremonial objects. To ancient Central American people, the importance of obsidian for the economies was similar to that of steel for the economies of modern industrial nations. Obsidian is rare and found in all places around the world. Obsidian in mythology were powerfully linked. In ancient Mexico, the gentle Aztec god Tilton, or Little Black One, emanated from this obsidian mask, which brought darkness and peaceful sleep to children in their beds. As you come to know a little piece of the planet, even the tiniest rock can become very special to you. Oh, okay. So our friends drove up from Northern California yesterday. They've had some serious wildfire smoke issues, and so they're feeling great to be in such fresh air. Again, we've lucked out in central Washington, so we're meeting them here in central Oregon. I guess that's Lake Paulina, sitting inside of the Newberry caldera. Okay, well, let's do it. At least I know a little bit about this. Can you see on the horizon there's a couple of stratovolcanoes of the Cascades? Okay, well that's subduction, the Cascadia subduction zone. Most of you know all about that from past programs of mine and certainly other learning that you've done over the years. But this Newberry volcano, I guess technically is in the Cascades, but it's a little bit off trend. It's a little bit further to the east. And obviously there's a different story here. What do you mean obviously? Well, if you look at a map of Newberry volcano, the first thing that strikes you is that there's a circular caldera, and we're in the caldera now. We're in the Newberry caldera. So you're like, oh, caldera, you mean like super volcano? Well, kind of. Although I start to lose it a little bit. What are the votes that we're in a super volcano here at Newberry? Well, we have a circular caldera and we have all of this extremely high silica lava rock, rhyolites, and yes, this obsidian is essentially rhyolite, although it certainly doesn't look like it. You know what rhyolite looks like generally, don't you? Rhyolite generally is pink colored. Let me get out of my own shadow here. So this obsidian is a bit of a mystery to me, I gotta say. I'm sure it's all been worked out, but I have not learned why high silica, let's say 75% silica magma, extrudes sometimes in this incredibly glassy nature. And why isn't everything just a why isn't everything here a pyroclastic flow? So there are hints of, more than hints, of supervolcano eruption. And yet the mystery is, we're here in the Cascades. So why would we have something that has some similarities to Yellowstone's caldera? Why would we have that in the middle of the Cascade corridor? I don't know. But what I do know is something called the High Lava Plains volcanic age progression. Have you heard of it? I know very limited things about it. But this Newberry volcano is on trend with this high lava plains age progression. As memory says, and I didn't do my homework, but as memory says, if you look at a map, a geologic map of eastern Oregon, and you look at the age of the volcanic rocks in the high lava plains, the rocks in extreme southeastern Oregon are generally about 10 million years old. And then as you start driving from extreme southeastern corner of Oregon across the high lava plains, you're driving northwest now. You're driving to Bend. Just imagine a road coming right down the guts right up the guts of the high lava plains. And you're looking at the age of the volcanic rocks, the high lava plains, 10, and then it's 9 million years old, then it's 8 million years old, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And by the time you get here to Newberry, you get this stuff that's younger than 1 million years old. You can Google it to double check me, but I think the major explosion to create this Newberry caldera, I think I read this morning, was 75,000 years ago. The point is, easily much younger than 1 million years ago. And again, this big obsidian flow is laughably young. Less than 2,000 years old. In the case here, I guess it's 1,300 years ago to have this obsidian flow. So what I'm getting at is that there's apparently some sort of what appears to be a traveling heat source from southeast Oregon to central Oregon. And that heat source, if you view it as a traveling heat source, is now parked and intersecting with the Cascade stratovolcanoes. So is Newberry kind of a mixture of Cascade lavas and supervolcano lavas because of the intersection of a moving heat source in the Cascadia subduction zone? I'm asking. I don't know. And why would we have a traveling heat source? Well, is this a hotspot thing again? I need to learn, but stuff that I've read and seen, I'm not totally sure how to explain this age progression of the high lava plains, terminating with the youngest stuff here at Newberry. Oh my goodness, look at this stuff. I think it's best to keep my mouth shut, mostly because there are local experts here that know a lot more about this geology. Maybe what I can best offer is simply a chance to observe this very simple little hike. This is a hike that your family can do. Even if you have young kids, they can do this loop. And we're here early enough on a Tuesday morning that we don't have anybody else out here with us, which is the way I like it. I wonder if he did that because the Aztecs, when it was time to take the heart out. Well, we got Scott lecturing about the Aztecs now. I'm missing out. He's a smart guy. I think people have been working hard to develop a chemical fingerprint for Native American tools, especially those made of this black obsidian, and been able to pinpoint how far traveled some of those arrowheads were. I don't know anything about that, but I'm thinking about it for the first time, and as many of us do, trying to take new information and fold it in with things that we already are familiar with. Okay, well, here we go. Let me read this. Obsidian was money. It bought valuable goods such as fish, shells, and roots, tracing tools to their origins. As original as a fingerprint, each obsidian flow has its own chemical signature different from any other flow. Using laboratory techniques, artifacts are matched to their place of origin. Big obsidian flow artifacts have been found hundreds of miles away. Okay, hundreds of miles. Do you know of obsidian that could have been a source for some indigenous tools for folks in the Midwest. I can't think of a place besides some of these glass obsidian locations out here. Yeah, I got to shut up and start just showing you some of this stuff. How about I just shut up for a second? I haven't cut myself yet. So presently, I'm confused about the Newberry volcano. And I think geologists have been confused about the Newberry volcano for generations. Perhaps major breakthroughs have been made in the last 20 years and I'm out to date, so I need to do some reading. So this video is almost like an introduction for myself to record just some thoughts and some original questions, and then that's the power of YouTube. I often get leads and tips and papers emailed to me, and I'm grateful for all the help, and I just kind of follow the breadcrumbs that are suddenly in my lap. So it's a wonderful thing that way. I'm sure this has been studied very carefully. I'm sure there's wonderful scientific papers to share. I haven't done my homework. I don't know. I didn't even know we were going here until last night. We were talking about what we wanted to do. We're staying in Bend, in a little neighborhood. And so this is one of those videos where I'm a visitor. I have more questions than I have answers. Why does obsidian, you don't need water, do you? Like to get the lava to quench, to get the high silica lava to not blow up, but to, in other words, not to explode, but instead to kind of extrude in this glassy like texture. Do we really understand that? I mean, at first glance, I guess you go, oh yeah, it's glassy because there was water here. This was some sort of interaction between hot magma coming to the surface and then getting chilled or getting quenched or getting cooled extremely quickly. I think we can all agree it's glassy because the magma was cooled very quickly. I think that's a safe assumption. But what conditions do you need? Or what's special about this portion of the magma chamber as it gets extruded to the surface? What explains this glassy nature? And then why isn't everything glassy? Why is so much of this frothy? And you're like, come on, what are you doing? You're posting a YouTube video. You're a geologist. Aren't you supposed to tell us? Yeah, I guess I'll tell you eventually, but in other words, 5 years from now. I don't know. I need to learn. And I know there's a volcanic group, a volcanology research group at Oregon State in particular, in Corvallis, who probably have all sorts of great work on this Newberry system, this Newberry volcano system. And maybe others. I haven't taken any time to learn that stuff. But I'm officially interested now. How can you not be? Walking across this very impressive flow. I'm very impressed with the variety of samples that are all sitting here next to each other. Let me try to grab a few and just show you some close-ups. So it's not just a mound of black glassy rock as one would expect, I guess as I expected. This is all part of this 1,300-year-old obsidian flow, young enough to hardly have any tree cover except for this little guy trying to get rolling. But look, look at all these textures and variations of black and white, all part of this singular eruption. I guess it's a singular eruption. There's so much pore space, there's so much vesicular nature to this stuff that I can lift this with one hand. To me, that's really interesting. I assume, although I'm not sure, that everything was forested here prior to the eruption of this big obsidian lava flow.
And the last thing I'm going to do before I start is I just want to read this one thing so you understand. And I did this in my last video, but it's important to do it now because it'll show you the insanity of just this whole thing. So hold on a moment. So this is how gold came into existence. Gold on Earth originated in space, came to the planet billions of years ago through meteorite bombardment. The gold was formed during supernovas when the heat and pressure from the collapse of massive stars fused elements and created heavier metals like gold. When Earth formed, heavy elements like gold sank towards the planet's core along with molten iron. However, around 4 billion years ago, asteroids impacts stirred the planet's deep layers, forcing the gold into the mantle and crust. Other events such as tectonic shifts, volcanic eruptions also brought the gold to the surface. Over time, gold has become embedded in the planet's crust and can be found in various forms, including flakes, veins, and alloys. So we're going to get started here. I just had to say that because their theories of evolution and creation is absolutely ridiculous, and how anybody can believe that when all you just got to do is look at creation. It don't matter if it's a flower or a tree or a plant or a vegetable growing from a seed, just a chicken egg, that yolk turning into a beautiful chicken 28 days later, and the whole creation is beyond comprehension, that all that came from nothing, and it's ridiculous how anybody can believe that. Anyway, so I'm going to turn this around and we're going to get going, but a lot of this may be difficult for people to understand, but this is self-evident, and like I said, I can't keep beating a dead horse. So let's get going here. So I don't even know where to begin, to be honest with you. I guess once I get rolling, it'll kind of just flow. But I just read you about gold and where it came from. But this is for those who have watched my videos and understand what I've shown beyond a reasonable doubt. It's self-evident. And you can apply this to anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where it's at. There was just different plants, trees, shrubs, bushes, and vegetation. And remember, that ugly magma, this is obsidian right here. It turned to this. It's silica, or it turned to this. And through all that harsh activity came all this stuff that they have thousands of names for the different minerals and the way things occurred. It's like pseudoscience. It's science fiction. It's false. I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the quartz is the petrified sap, okay? And that the gold, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you that everything on the periodic table came from these biblical trees. Look at all the hard rock mining they do, okay? It's all tree remain. You just got to look at it close. Anyway, it don't matter if it's asbestos rock. It don't matter if it's mica or whatever. It all came from the tree. Gold, silver, platinum, uranium, it all came from the tree. And you have to understand, they put truth in movies, like through Avatar. Just one out of many. Look at all the predictive programming with 9/11 and on and on and on. They've always put truth in movies. But I'm telling you, everything was in these trees. They were silicon based. It was you look at all the AM and FM radio stations and all the radio waves. You could have 24 different radio stations playing at once, and they don't interfere with each other. They're on different different wavelengths. The same with all the other microwaves and gamma rays. There's so much to it, the neutrons and atoms, and it's way beyond my pay grade. But I'm telling you that all this stuff was in the tree for reasons is way beyond my comprehension. But like I say, the truth in the movie, like Avatar, you look at the first Avatar, there's so much truth in that movie, not like we plugged into trees, but they'll put truth and lies together. And I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that, so you have gold, copper, a lot of the other conductive metals always are with the quartz. The quartz is the petrified sap. I've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. It's self-evident. And the gold runs in this. It's a common denominator, okay? As hard as it is to understand, that's why it's difficult to show this, because it sounds crazy to most people. Nothing was deposited in these things like they say gold was. It's ridiculous. Okay? So I want you to keep that in mind. That's my whole push on this, is that everything came from everything on the periodic table came from the biblical trees. So we're just going to show a few things here, okay? If you haven't watched my videos, or even if you have, I highly recommend you go back and watch them from the beginning. You'll be so much wiser and so much more knowledgeable on life, and it'll change your life. It'll completely, absolutely change your life when you see the truth. So I want to show you. Some of this is a repeat, but there's going to be some stuff here, and it's good for you to just keep watching this. And like I say, these are going to be my last videos, because I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm showing everything. I can't keep showing it and showing it unless something spectacular or miraculous comes up. But you see, this is the tree here. And you'll get a silver sheen, a gold sheen. Like this has a silver sheen. This right here has a gold sheen. It's just whatever was in the tree leached out. It was not deposited. You just got to use a little common sense. Where did all these metals and minerals come from, other than their pseudoscience, ridiculous claims from the core of the earth? That's not true. They were originally in the tree. They were special, just like in Avatar. There was something with the original creation. It's way beyond my pay grade, and with these 6 years of the complete dedication I've done to this tree project, I still can't get it. But I know it's true. I just can't prove it, at least yet. But there are some indicators that I've come across that'll... I'll just mention them right now real quick before we go on this. So mica is part of the bark and the wood. So if you look at bark, the minerals that are in bark today on a tree are the same minerals that they mine out of mica. Okay? The same thing with the cambium layer. The minerals that are in the cambium layer of the tree are the same minerals that they mine out of feldspar, and it goes on and on and on and on. Okay? So let's just keep going. So like this, you could get sap off of a tree. You could do it anywhere, anytime, and it's got to be crystallized. This is petrified, but you get some, I'm going to cover this here in a minute, but you get some sap off of a tree that's crystallized, and you look at it under a jeweler's loupe or whatever, you'll see, you'll put them together, even though one's crystallized and one's petrified, you will not be able to tell the difference. They are identical to each other because they're one of the same. Okay? All this is just sap. It's quartz, but it's sap. The gold runs in it. The copper runs in it. And we're going to cover that copper and gold and iron pyrite in a minute. So we're just going to look at a few pieces here. Okay, this is the tree. And the wood breaks down in different ways depending on the environment, what was leached into it from the tree, what kind of tree it was. So they break down differently. They're not going to look like your people have been brainwashed to think that petrified wood has to look like this, or it has to look like this, or it has to look like this. You know, petrified wood comes in all different forms, and I'm going to cover all that. Like I said, I'm going to be extensive here because this is going to be for documentation. For the final conclusion. They'll call this stuff shale. Okay, they'll say this was that it was an uplift through volcanoes and tectonic plates. I'm telling you, it's a lie. I've shown in my videos. You see here, this is all wood, and this is the sap, and it gets different. Generally, it comes in white, but it'll be different colors because of the iron that was in the tree and other minerals that were in the tree. You see here, this is wood, that's wood. The gold runs in this. It was not deposited. And when I tell you the tree breaks down in thousands of different ways, that's an understatement. And this is a repeat for some people. We're going to go back over there in a minute, but this is just one way they break down and how you always get the flat edges. Okay? This piece right here could be as large as a city bus, a downtown skyscraper, and it's small compared to what it came from. Trees break down in so many different ways with knots and twists and turns. Okay? It's unlimited how these trees break down. There's so many different ways, and you imagine that petrified, and this being a mile long. You know, and then you have the bark. Could you imagine the size of the bark on these trees? It was feet thick. Okay, it's really important to understand this for new subscribers. You got to go back and watch my stuff. So this is the bark. That could be laid down, and they would call this sediment. But if you understand the size of those trees, this would be enormous. And I'm going to show you here. Actually, I'm going to set this over here so when I get over here, I'll be able to explain it better. Okay, so let's go back. Actually, we're going to go right here real quick. So cedar has a very specific characteristics to it. And remember, a lot of this stuff, not all of it, is not the original color. I've shown you that in all of my videos where a lot of it has the lichen on it and it's got a gray color, but there's always pockets of stuff that are so well preserved, and it'll show you the true color of the cedar. Thousands of years and it still holds a beautiful grain. So a lot of this stuff is not the correct color. Some of it's close, some of it's not. We're going to come back here, but I just want to show you. Cedar has a specific characteristics to it. all the twists and turns that it does. These pieces here, I can only show you small examples. And these are like grains of sand in the whole ocean compared to what they came from. You see here, this is part of the cedar. They do the twists and turns. Okay, let me take this outside so you can just see it in the sun. It's absolutely beautiful. But this is just a small piece of cedar, and you see in there how it looks like there's a whole bunch of little rings. That's not true. This could be either one ring or a small piece of a ring that was a foot thick. But due to the fibers in the tree, even like one tree ring will have many different fibers in it that sometimes are microscopic, that look like tree rings on their own. Like each one of them may look like a tree ring, but they're not. This could be one tree ring. And they have the fibers in it, and that's just how they do it. This here is the same thing, but it's got a different sheen to it. It was leached out of the tree. It was not deposited. I've shown that and proved it in all my videos, and just with a little discernment and common sense, people should understand that. And you look here, this is part of the cedar. I have where a branch fell, and it's the whole it's not a road cut, it's like a gully. And you can see all this layering in there. It looks like, it doesn't look like anything until you get close and really look at it with new eyes. And it just looks like a whole bunch of this stuff in there like that. Just 10 foot of this from top to bottom in the gully. But you start looking close at it, and you'll see it's all part of the cedar. Okay? You'll see it's all wood. Looks like a broken off piece of plywood. Okay? This is all from the cedar. All of this. And then you get, I don't know what I did with my bag. It's out there. Well, I have it specifically set. And, some things are very recognizable. This is a piece of petrified wood. I mean, it looks a lot like that. But this here is cedar. I've shown you at the Garden of the Gods, and it's all across this earth. And you got to understand the size and the different breakdown and the erosion that occurred. Cedar always has this pinkish, orangish color. See, so you see there this top layer that's white or like reddish that my finger's pointing to. All that below it is just part of the cedar, just a different breakdown of the cedar tree, just a small piece. And then these geologists, they've been brainwashed. They'll tell you that you'll see like something like this on the side of a mountain, and they'll call that a contact zone, where this side's 20 million years old and this side's 80 million years old. And this is where or they'll say this is like a dike or a fissure where magma came up. But you look at the overall picture, you understand what it is. This is the same thing, but this was heated. This used to be quartz. Okay, so let's go back out here. And remember, there was different plants, trees, shrubs, bushes, and vegetation. When you see like scaling like this, it's just a common weathering event that occurs. Look how beautiful this is. That's just part of the wood with sap that leached out. Okay, this here, I got different kinds of wood here. It's just a piece of petrified wood, and that's the way they break down with the flat edges due to the fibers in the tree. It looks like that one was in a fire. Okay, let's look at this piece. This is part of the cedar. I want you to look how beautiful this is. I'll try to move it around so you can see the color. It's got a beautiful silvery sheen. But they mine this for magnesium, nickel, all kinds of different minerals because it was in the tree. You see here, this beautiful sheen. This is all wood. It's not the stereotype petrified wood that people see. And I showed you the small cedar pieces here. Okay? Same with this. There's many places in the world where I'm just going to name 2 or 3. You got Garden of the Gods. You got up there in the Black Hills of South Dakota. You got the Flatirons in Boulder, Colorado. You'll see like jagged spires sticking up. Sometimes they call them the T-tones. But it's all part of the tree. And then them places I just mentioned, South Dakota or Garden of the Gods and other similar places, you'll see here part of the tree that's still got its stump in the ground, so to speak. You'll see large pieces twist up and turn, and they just end where it's broken off and gone. That's why having the eyes to see it matters. This is all cedar. It's no different than this piece. It's just a different part of the tree, so small. This here too, this large piece. This has the same beautiful sheen to it. And when you lift it up, you'll just see how they break down. You could see this like that and think it's nothing. Okay? Just like here, this is another piece. You know, it's just all wood. It's not the type of wood that most people are accustomed to seeing. Come here, this is wood. It's just a different type of weathering. One of these crazy people may say these are fingers from a giant that did that reached in there and left its mark. Okay, it's ridiculous. You come here, there's different kinds of petrified wood, plants, trees, shrubs, bushes of vegetation, different kinds. This here, hey, this kind. You got this kind. And then these things will roll in a river, and all these other, I've done videos on them, all these other rocks that people put in their yard for landscaping of all different kinds, they become round. And they're not recognizable, but they all came from the tree, all of them. Okay? So let's go right down here. This is a beautiful piece. It's stone, and it's not the type of petrified wood that people are accustomed to seeing. Okay? Let's see here. It's got such a beautiful sheen to it. And then here, this has just got, you know, they'll call it strata. The way the rings, I'll show you right here. Remember, I can only show you small examples. But you'll see this on a large scale, like this, in everywhere in the world, in water or whatever, and they'll call it strata. But that's just the way the rings are, and then the water will wear deeper grooves in this. It's very recognizable to see. This piece is the same as this, but this was electroplated. This is petrified wood. It was electroplated to make a cell like it's something special. Just remember all the thousands of ways the trees break down. And you keep coming down, and they'll call this shale or slate. And they got ridiculous claims of how it came about, but I've shown you in my videos. I've done videos in all kinds of different places, not just South Dakota. And like I say, when you look at the mountains in different places of the world, some things are extremely recognizable and some things are not. But if you look around, you'll see what it is. And a lot of them places are due to weathering and erosion that are hard to recognize. But it's worldwide, from coast to coast, from the cliffs of Scotland and all around this earth. It's everywhere. You can go to, I think it's Scotland. I got it all in my videos. You could look and see massive cedar trees that look just like a fresh broken off cedar tree. And it's so obvious and people can't see it. And then you have other mountains that don't look like much until you get into the interior of it. This here is all wood. It's stone. Okay, now let's go right over here. So I got a really good video on South Dakota and a branch that's along the sideway, along the side of the road off of Highway 385 in South Dakota. 385 goes from Custer all the way up past Crazy Horse up into Hill City. But if you have 224, that's an exit that goes off of 385 that goes into up towards the monument. Well, once you take that exit about a quarter mile up, there's a little turnoff. There, I've done a few videos on it. You'll see where a massive branch is on the side of the road coming down, and you'll see the same thing I did a video on, that right below George Washington on the monument, you will see where a massive branch came out. If you look at it close, you'll see how the characteristics of the cedar are, whether it's the branch on the side of the road or up at the monument. You'll see the little nub. You'll see the little nub like this. Okay, this has only got one side showing, but you will see the characteristics of the cedar, whether it's up at the monument or the alongside of the road, I got videos on all that. You'll see the swirl. The characteristics are undeniable, and then all the radius around it, and then just the nub. Okay, all this is documented and archived, and my videos show it all in great detail. It's self-evident. So, for example, you look at so like there on the side of the road, you'll see the way these swirls, they go around it and they go up, and then the nub. Here, this is, like I say, a grain of sand in the whole ocean. But if you look, this branch that my hand is on, this branch, this part would have been the tree. This is the branch coming out, okay? This hole right here is the same as this. This is where a branch came out, and this would have been the tree, but a branch came out here, okay? Just like this, but this branch, this piece of wood, the branch is longer. This one here is broken off right here, okay? But if you get a chance, go back to my videos. It's one of the first dozen. I think it's 12 or 16. It's not titled Biblical Tree Remains. It's titled The Original Flat Earth. But you'll see the branch in the road that's massive, and the one on the monument. You'll see. I go over it in great detail. If you can't miss it. So I've shown you. I'll show you more when I get in the garage. But I've shown you without a doubt that the quartz is the petrified sap, and the mica is part of the wood and the bark. Okay. You see this? It's everywhere. This is all part of the bark. And this was probably feet upon feet upon feet thick. And I got a great video of these Hispanic guys. I don't know where they're at. Somewhere in South America. I'm not really sure where they are. But they're digging up into a massive area of where the tree bark was. It's absolutely incredible video. I got it somewhere in one of my videos.
ba da ci gaba da aiki ci gaba da aiki
This here is all just wood, okay? The destruction that happened and all the small pieces of bark and wood that got encapsulated in the sap that was pouring out of these trees and whatever else was in them. Okay, this is all wood. The mica is wood. I've shown you that many times over. So we keep going down here, okay? This is just another piece. It shows you the different colors of sap. As I told you over there, you go get a piece of crystallized sap. I'll show you in the garage here in a few that it's identical. It's one of the same. And you see this piece here. This is a piece of wood, and this would be kind of similar to what that would have looked like. But it has a beautiful silver sheen to it, but it's all wood. And then even this piece here, you see just a little bit of sap. And you'll see some of the gold. I'm telling you. Same here. This is a different breakdown, and I'll show you more inside the garage of how the wood breaks down. It's not always the same because there's a beginning and an end process. Kind of like water, ice, and steam. You know, they're all one and the same, but they're different. And there's a process of beginning to end and in between. Some things went a longer process in their petrification process through different types of weather conditions and environments, and petrified different. The wood petrified different. So you see this kind of wood here and this kind, and it's completely different than say like that. or like that piece. Okay, there's a whole bunch of different scenarios of why that happens, or why this one looks like that, and why this one looks like that. Okay. Okay, so when it comes to like flint, okay, I've covered this before, and like I say, this is such a huge undertaking. There's so much to it. I literally haven't even scratched the surface of 6 years because it's so complex. But I've given you so much of the basics, and like I say, I don't try to manipulate or change anybody's mind. I'm trying to show them self-evident proof, and hopefully it'll change their life and show them the truth that of God and creation. So they make arrowheads. Let's go right here. We got a lot to cover in here. So you see all these arrowheads right here, okay? These are different kinds of what they call flint. And they'll tell you different stories about where flint comes from, okay? I've shown you before, I'm going to show you again, that flint comes from the tree. Different plants, trees, shrubs, bushes, vegetation, just different trees. Flint on all kinds of different levels. It's just the inside of a tree. It could just be all brown, one color like this. But you see this one right here, that's a brown, this is a dark. Okay, you come right here, this is a piece of petrified wood. And you see this color. This is where the flint would come from. They also made it out of obsidian. Okay, obsidian is just melted rock. It's magma that turned into obsidian. This and this are one of the same. This was higher. This was heated into magma, like a slurry. So you see here some of these pieces. You see inside. This would have been the flint, and it comes in different colors, different type of tree. This would have been the flint. This is from the inside of a tree. No different than this stuff. Or this stuff. Okay, this is petrified wood. But you see, this is like a brown flint. There's a darker one. See here, it's petrified wood. But you see, that's where the flint would have came from. Okay? Same here. This is all from the tree. This is here. See, here's a piece of petrified wood, and it comes in different colors. But it's all the same. It's all where the flint came from, right here. This is just like obsidian, in a sense, with its dense, very sharp-like characteristics, just like this. Okay. Now we're going to keep moving along. So I'm going to pause a minute while I get a drink. So my phone shut down because of the heat out there. So just for 1 second, I'll show you this, and then I'll continue. This is a chair I made last winter. And there, put that scripture down there. And then this one on the back. Did that whole thing. It's Corinthians 13. And then I made a bunch of these different crosses here. They're really kind of cool. A whole bunch of them. And these ones here got the Bible on them. Anyway, so there's a large one here that I've been working on. Anyway, so we're going to continue here. And then I should be out of the sun. So I just want you to remember that Satan roams around like a roaring lion seeking who he can devour. Okay? The Bible says Satan's the god of this world. Ephesians 6:12 says that it's not about flesh and blood, it's a spiritual battle. That there's wickedness in high places with the principalities, okay? They do this because it's a spiritual battle. They collect souls for the kingdom of darkness when they try to tell you all the nonsense about billions of years ago and the creation of the earth and how gold was deposited, the whole 9 yards. it's so you are so disconnected from the truth of creation and God that people, they're not remorseful. They don't repent for their sins. They act according to this world and they're in the worldly ways with materialism and on and on and on, and false idols. Anyway, so let's go back out here and we're going to cover this. So when it comes to volcanoes, I got a couple really good videos on the volcanoes, but I'm going to cover this quick to get out of the sun. So if you go watch my volcanoes, my obsidian videos, you'll understand they're very detailed. This is just a quick overview. Volcanoes are nothing but trees. That's all they are. It might sound crazy, but that's fine. I'll show you the self-evident in my videos. With a little logic and discernment, you'll see. So you have the petrified wood, okay? And then it gets high heated. And if it gets high heated enough, it'll change the composition of the petrified wood. So this here is a piece of petrified wood, and this was the quartz. And it didn't get hot enough, and you can see it started to turn like a lava rock. Started baking everything out of it, okay? But this didn't get hot enough. It'll even turn like this when it gets hot. It'll turn like this, or it'll turn to this. I got a video, a guy melting down the lava rocks, and it goes from lava rock to obsidian, and he tries to make a mold. He pours it into a mold, but magma is nothing but melted petrified tree remains. Okay, it's all silica. This is such a high content of silica. This is magma. And like I said before, all these beautiful rocks and everything were the result of uplift through volcanic activity and earthquakes and tectonic plate shifting. It's a lie, okay? So you'll see here in some of these, you'll see some of the quartz still remaining, okay? Same here, you'll see some of the quartz. That this rock, this piece of petrified wood used to look just like this or this. This one didn't get hot enough to completely turn it into a lava rock. And from a lava rock, it'll get melted more and turn into magma, which is almost pure silica, and it'll turn into this, obsidian. Okay? So this here, this piece here, is from what they call Devil's Canyon in the Black Hills of South Dakota. It's very barren, nothing grows there. There was a external high heat event there. And this would have been, you see the flat edges, that would have been one of them little pieces. But this is the sap that boiled out and crystallized from the heat, okay? And these could be massive size. They could be 2 feet long or 100 foot long. It just depends, okay? You got to imagine the size of these trees and the root systems and the sap and everything that was in the trees. The Bible says that the trees went down to great waters, like the fountains of the great deep. And then you get it, I'm going to cover it in there like you get into marble. It's just all, look at the grains. I'll show you in there. It's all part of the tree and the root systems, okay? A lot of this stuff is very deep, and it's hard to comprehend or understand or even believe for a lot of people. But I'm showing you self-evident proof that this was one of them small pieces from something so much larger. And as I said 1,000 times, this is like a grain of sand in the whole ocean compared to what it came from. But this is the sap that petrified out. This here is tree, okay? It's the same as this, but it's been changed through the heat. And this was sap that petrified out. I'm going to cover more of it inside the garage, but this was the sap that boiled out, that crystallized. All right, so let me see here. And once again, I showed you the, so here's some more. This is the wood. I know it don't look like wood. Neither does that or this, but this is all melted. This was a high heated event from exterior that did this. I don't know what it was, but this is sap. This is the same as quartz, like this. But it got hot and boiled and created the crystals, and they can come in different sizes. And once again, this is what most people recognize petrified wood as. But there's so many different conditions that it was under. As you see, this is all just wood that didn't completely melt down. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Let's get over here. So in my video, I've taken you to the limestone quarry. Limestone is part of the root system of the cedar tree. And once again, I know a lot of this sounds crazy, but I've shown it in my videos, and it's just a little common sense, as crazy as it sounds. This limestone is luminescent. You put a black light on it and it's purple. It's really incredible. But let me show you a few things in here. I showed you this type of stuff right here. Okay, let me go over here real quick and show you. Actually, I got some right there, but earlier I explained to you about how in the gully, the whole gully, which is about 10 foot tall, you could see this same design in the whole gully. And it just went all the way down. But it's a cutout, like a road cut, so to speak, but it's a gully where the water comes down. And you see this right here, but you go in and look closer, you'll see it's all just decomposition of the cedar. And you start looking, say, like this piece here. That's all it is right here. It's all part of the wood. It's a different breakdown of the tree. Trees have different types of wood in them, from the bark all the way into the center. You got hardwood, softwood, and then it goes on. And the cedar is generally, unless it's completely discolored, like a lot of the stuff in South Dakota that's grayish, it's typically this color, like you'll see at the Garden of the Gods. There's so many places in this world. The Manitou Cliff Dwellings, it's all cedar, and this should show you. Okay, so I just want to show you this again. Looks just like an old piece of barnwood. Okay, all of this. And then you'll see, like inside here, I'll show you some more of this. But if you look close at like this stuff right here, I'll show you more here in a few. You'll see what I guess you could say is like the fibers in the tree. Geologists call it like strata. But so let's go back over here. But the limestone is part of the cedar. So let me show you here, okay? So this is a piece of limestone that was somewhat heated, but I want you to look close at this, okay? Just the characteristics of it. It's just one of thousands of examples the way the tree breaks down. And you look at this piece right here. This is a piece of the limestone that was heated. And you look at this right here, okay? Same as that. Same as that. And then you look here at the wood, and you'll see it's the same thing. Hold on. It's just the way how the fibers are in the tree, just a different breakdown. Okay, you got that. And then you got that. Okay? It's one of the same. So this used to be wood. These are just part of the fibers. The same with this piece that was heated. This is a piece of the limestone. All this is part of the cedar, the pinkish orangish, okay? This here was quartz in the cedar limestone. And it was high heated. And you go behind the Devil's Tower and you'll see all the red dirt and you'll see cedar remains everywhere. That was a cedar tree. And you see, this is all this came together, but it's just a different makeup of the cedar tree. This here could look like a piece of the bark, but this is all part of the cedar. Hey, this is more than likely part of the wood going into a different type of grain on the cedar in the root system. And like I say, a lot of these geologists will see things like this and will say it was a fold from an uplift. I'm telling you, you got to understand the characteristics of the cedar. But a lot of this stuff is like luminescent, like I said. It'll turn purple under a black light. So I just want to show you these. This is part of the cedar here. And it was discolored, and all this bumpy stuff was part of the quartz, the sap. Okay, you see the wood here. That don't look like anything. It looks just like, who knows? But you'll see, it's just wood. All these, there's so many different pieces and parts to this. It's so difficult to show it all to you. See, this is just a stereotype piece of petrified wood. And you look at all the twists and turns in it. I don't know what kind of, I don't think this is cedar, but this is what people recognize petrified wood as. But there's so many different kinds. Just like this is a piece of petrified wood. It's just a different type of tree. Okay, so where are we gonna go next here? We're gonna go right here. So these ones I got at some of my last trip, but we'll go out into, so this is what all the stuff in the Black Hills look like. Some of there's little areas, and not just the Black Hills, it's worldwide, okay? You gotta understand that. I got a lot of video footage just even from here in Colorado on the tree rings. It's fascinating. So you look at this piece here. This piece in my hand is no different from this that they call shell or slate. It's all part of the tree. You see here, this is beautiful. And you'll see this here running for miles. One massive branch. And all this is the same. You got these little pieces over here. It's just like little strips of the fiber. All these little pieces here, they're just part of the tree, just little strips of the fiber. Okay? Okay, so now we're moving in here. So, all right. So when we get done with everything here, I'm going to open this bin here and show you. I got a whole bunch of petrified like fossils and bones and cartilage and stuff. But we'll go through that at the end. So we're just gonna go right here. So this is cedar right here. Okay, this is the bark. Okay, it's a different kind of bark than say like this, like pine bark or Douglas fir. Okay, and you'll see this is what they call the cambium layer. This cambium layer was more than likely feet upon feet thick on these biblical trees, and then all the sap that was in it. But let me just show you here. So you look right here, this is the cedar, and you see how everything's like fibers. And a lot of this, I'm going to cover it over there, how tourmaline is formed, okay? Everything they tell you about in geology is a lie. Just like all the lies with, and people may call me crazy, but there's a lot of people who understand, who have discernment and have the eyes to see, and God bless them. They, with NASA and all their lies and deception, it's all there to support the same thing that geology supports. It's pseudoscience. It's make believe. It's not real. So this is cedar here, okay? It's just a piece of wood. Okay? That's cedar. It's got the orangish red, just like all the other parts I've shown you, unless it's discolored. So we're gonna take one of these one by one out there, but remember this, okay? And I've covered this before. It's such a beautiful piece. But you see, this is just part of the cedar, and on the outside that was exposed, it's so preserved and glazed over. It's beautiful. So you see this piece in my hand here, okay? So you see how the tree breaks down. It's like fibers, okay? Everything is like fibers, just like this. Okay, so while I got this out, oh shit, it's over there. So I'm going to take this piece and set it over there, so when I get there, you'll see. Let me pause this a minute. Okay, I found it. So I want you to look close at this. So you see the fibers in this, okay? Right here. You see the fibers, okay? So when you look at, say, this piece here, you'll still see the fibers in it, okay? It's just a small piece. And then the cedar I showed you over there, that looks like this, okay? Hold on. So the cedar, all that stuff there, that looks like this, okay? And this piece here that's on the cedar, okay? It's just different parts of the grain, different parts of the wood. You'll see that when you see the fibers in it, like the striations or whatever you want to call it, you'll see the same thing here in this. It's all part of the tree. And then here's some small pieces of that stuff like this I showed you. And when you look close in it, you'll see the striations, okay? This in my hand is no different than this stuff that looks like broken off plywood. You see here, let me find a better piece. But you'll see the striations in it. It's the same. Because it is the same. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that. So back over here with the cedar. All this is cedar right here. Okay? So remember this here. Remember this here. So I was having some technical difficulties. So I'm going to start here where I think I left off. So here I want to show you, I showed you the fibers, okay? You see here the different fibers in there. This is just a small example. Here's a little bit bigger one. The different fibers, okay? So I'm showing you these pieces of the cedar over there, and I told you about the gully, and for a mile long that you've seen in the bank of the gully. It looks like a bunch of cobbled together stuff like this, but it's all part of the cedar, different grains. Okay, so I'm trying to show you a point here, just the different ways the trees break down with the fibers. Okay, so you see this piece right here, you'll see the fibers in there, and the same here, you'll see the fibers. And turn that light on. So you'll see the fibers in there. This is just a small, tiny piece, but this is all just part of the tree. Okay, and then the same here. So all these pieces in this bag are the same as this right here. It's all part of the cedar. So the same here. It's just a different breakdown. That looks like a piece of broken piece of plywood, and they got all these geological names for all this stuff and how they occurred. But I'm showing you what they are, the truth of it. Same here, okay? And you'll see when you look close at it, like inside right here where my finger is, here's a better piece. You'll see, let's see here. You'll see the fibers in here. Okay, you see all the fibers. Just like this. Okay, I can only show you small, tiny examples. Okay? So, let's bring this back over here. Like I say, there's so many different ways these trees break down. And you have like I've said before, you have a beginning to an end of how the trees break down. I showed you like the fibers in all of this, okay? All the different fibers. I'll show you one more time and we'll move on. All right. And if you look at all this stuff, they'll be the same way. They just break down differently. That's just a different fiber. All of these. Like, these are not different rings right here. Okay, it's just the way the tree breaks down. I told you within one ring, even if it's feet thick, that there's like microscopic fibers in it that continue to break down. Like this. Whoops, that's what they would call strata. Anyway, we're going to move on. I showed you how the pieces here, how you get the flat edges. It's just due to the fibers, okay? If this rolled in a river and became round, it would be like everybody's rock in their yard and it's not recognizable. This piece is petrified and it's so recognizable. But under different conditions, see, so this is a piece of bark right here, okay? But it looks like wood. This is not petrified and this is petrified. Some things are very recognizable and a lot of things aren't, okay? Okay, I covered all this. I covered the cedar pieces. Like I say, not everything's recognizable, but a lot of it is, and it's worldwide. So, this is all just little pieces of wood chip that are mica, but it's wood, and we're going to cover that here in a second. So, you see here how this wood is very recognizable, okay? A different kind right here. A different kind right here, but it's all from, this is from the cedar. This right here, more than likely, was one's the color like this, of the original cedar. It's just whatever was in the tree leached out. So now, and you see like this, all this right here, that doesn't look like wood. But this is just another example of how the wood will break down, and we're going to get into that here. This, and this are one of the same. It's just different environment, a different breakdown. Okay? So if somebody would see this, let me try to stand that up. All right, if somebody would see this or this 10 feet thick or larger across a whole mountain or hillside, they would say it's strata. But there's so many different ways that these trees break down, and you see like the bark, okay, whether it's bark or wood. So you come over here, so this whole piece right here is mica. Okay, this is all part of the bark, but it's all mica. Similar to this piece right here. This is all mica. With just a whole bunch of wood chips. Okay, this right here is the same as this, but this was the actual part of the bark that held together, and this is just a small piece. So and then you had the cambium layer, which is the feldspar, similar to this. That would have been in here. The cambium layer. Oh Lord. Should have left things where they were. So the cambium layer is right here. This is the bark. This is like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. This would be a piece of the bark that turned to mica. And you'll see some of the sap incorporated in it. with the quartz. But if you were to project this radius, this thing would be probably 10 feet across. A fairly respectable size, but nothing compared to the size that it came from. Okay, so this is, and when I show you like how the different types of, the way the tree breaks down, and whether it decomposes or erodes or weathers, there are different examples. Like right here, this is wood, but it's a different color. It's a different breakdown. All this right here is wood. And I've said it before, and I know it's an oxymoron, but all this black stuff here, that's wood, okay? Let's see here. All this black stuff you see in here is wood. All this black stuff is wood. Okay? So, silver, I wouldn't be surprised if this had silver in it, but generally the most of the time when they're mining silver, it's dark rock like this that has the silver in it. And this is wood, okay? You see here, this is very recognizable wood, but this was what it does. And then we're going to get into the tourmaline here in a minute. Okay, you see here, this is just a different example of the wood with the sap. But this was just part of the bark, just a small section. And the cambium layer, like this. So now let's get over here. So this is a piece of wood, okay, right here. This is a piece of wood. Okay, and when you really look at it close, you see all the fine, this is mica, but it's wood. You see all the fine striations in it, like little sheets of plastic this is. Similar to the bark right here. Okay? This and this is one of the same. And then you would have had the cambium layer right here, which is what this is. Just a small representation. And the wood, under different conditions, turned into the mica. Let me show you. This is the wood. And this wood will eventually solidify in certain cases and turn into this black stone. And then it'll go further and turn into tourmaline. And I'll show you what tourmaline is here in a minute. Okay? And I want to show you this. This is bark. Or this is wood. Okay? Connected to the cambium layer, which is feldspar. Okay? And you see all the, what they would call striations. And you'll see along coastlines and all kinds of different places where the water is, and you'll see these deep grooves like this. That's all you're seeing. Like this. Where the water is wearing in between all the fibers of the tree. And then I can't explain how or why, but it turned into mica. And then they mine this mica for different minerals. You look at the bark, the same minerals that the bark would have are the same minerals that they mine out of the mica. The same minerals that the cambium layer of the tree would have are the same minerals that they mine out of the feldspar. And it goes on and on and on. So you see, as I told you, like with the lava rocks, how there's a beginning to an end, or like with copper, iron pyrite, and gold. They're all one and the same. It's just, regardless if that sounds crazy, I'm telling you it's true, that there's a beginning and end stage and everywhere in between. So this wood, under different conditions, turns into like this. You'll see along coastlines and stuff. And even in the hills with a lot of erosion. I've shown this piece before. They'll call it strata. That 1.6 billion years ago that this occurred. And they'll call it shale. Just like this. They'll call this shale. All of this, it's just wood. All of this. So you see, they would call that strata. And then you could imagine this being hundreds of feet across from a branch and the water wearing grooves in it. And I'm sure you've seen it. I've showed it in my videos. Okay. It's just the way the tree breaks down. And you'll see it a lot at like Sicker Point, where they call the unconformity. Like this, the unconformity. So you get back over here. So this wood here could break down into several different ways, depending upon the weather conditions and the environment, and possibly what kind of tree it was. But like I say, this is one way right here, and you see it turns into mica. From mica, it goes even further, and it turns into this hard stone. And if you look, I showed you all the fibers, like the striations in this, and in this. Okay, I'm showing you all. You'll see the same thing in tourmaline. Okay, I'm going to set this piece over here just for when we get there. Okay. You got to understand the fibers. So as I said, I'm going to sit down here because I got a bunch of stuff to show you here. Okay. So you see here, this is wood, and all that black stuff you see in here is wood also. And they mine for it, for different minerals. It was not deposited. All this black stuff is wood. All of this is wood. It's just, and if you look really close in this here, you'll see the striations like the tourmaline. Same with here. When I get over there, I'll show you more. Here's another. This is wood, but there's more than likely silver in this. I know it's an oxymoron, but this is wood. Okay, so let's go right here real quick. Okay, we're gonna move around. So you see the different striations. Okay, this is mica, but if it gets solidified, which I'll show you in a minute, so all this is getting solidified and it's turning in to a complete stone, where it's not like this anymore. Okay, this is all mica. It's a piece of wood, but on this side, it's completely solidified and it's turning into a complete stone, where you don't see the mica and the grains of the tree. So this is feldspar, this is wood, and this is the sap that petrified into quartz. And so you see that piece there. Okay, so let's go right here. So these are some pieces here that are just from an everyday tree from today. Okay, so you could imagine when these trees fell in the size and the amount of fluids they had in them, different minerals, the conductive metals in liquid form, all the sap. I've explained how it was a different world back there with the silica trees during the original creation, just like Avatar. So all this right here is just a big cluster of sap, little wood chips. This right here would be no different than this, any of them, okay? Except this is it's still kind of soft, but it's not crystallized yet. But you can look inside here and see all the little pieces of wood of the bark. Okay, they're all throughout here. These two are one of the same, except this is petrified and this is silica. This is different. This is carbon base, but it's one of the same. For example, these are just little pieces I can show you. You see some of the sap right here, and then you see pieces of the bark or wood. Okay, it's no different than this. Okay, It's one of the same. Except this is carbon base and this is silica. This is petrified. And you had a different... This happened through a different petrification process. Okay? Let's find another piece here. Okay? So this would be like a piece of sap on the tree that's crystallized, okay? Actually, let me set this aside a second. So I told you, like, this piece right here is all like the fibers in the tree. Even though you have one tree ring, there's like literally microscopic fibers, like striations in it, okay? And that's how that occurs. There's hundreds in here, just in that little section. So even in like one of them little pieces of bark, one of them little lines that you can see, within one of them little lines is more microscopic, what, like striations, tree rings. So here is, and trying to explain this to you. So you see all the bark, the mica in this, okay? How the wood turned to mica. On this side you can still see the striations, but when it gets completely solidified, it turns into stone, okay? It turns into stone that you cannot see this right here. So let me show you a couple examples. So this is a piece of mica, okay? This is wood. But you see, it's from the outside, it's starting to turn to stone. You cannot see the striations like you can right here in the wood. It's literally turning to stone like granite. Same with this. This used to be mica right here, just like this. Underneath it used to be mica, and you'll see it turned into stone. It got completely solidified. This piece right here where my thumb is, that's completely solidified into a stone, used to be just like this. And you'll see it turned into a stone. The same with right here. You see all the mica here? These are just pieces of wood. Okay? But you see here how it's starting to get solidified and it's turning into a stone. All them microscopic small areas of the striation have gotten filled in, and it's becoming one stone. It's becoming a rock. Whereas it used to be like this, like strata, like mica. But here it's turning into stone. And that's what a lot of this is. It once was wood that turned into the stone that doesn't look like wood. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm showing it to you. Same here. This is mica. But it, let me see, there's another piece here somewhere. Oh, Lord. Right here, maybe? Yeah, see, so this is all mica. It's wood. But you'll see it turns into stone if it gets solidified. Right here. You can't see the striations like this. Okay? And we're going to get back into this. So even though you can see the striations right here in the wood, it'll also do this. It'll completely fill in and turn to black rock. Right here. This all used to be mica. Okay, and you can see if you look close, I don't know if you can see it, but like the tourmaline striations in here. Okay? And you'll see that it turns into a solid black stone when it gets solidified. All this right here, all this pink stuff and all this up here was ones just like this. Okay? Just like here. That's all wood. That used to be mica. Right here. This is a piece of wood. Some of it has turned to mica, and some of it has solidified. Same here. And if you look close into this, we're going to go over here. We're going to go over here, and I'm going to show you the tourmaline. Okay, so you got to kind of retain a little bit of the memory. But this is where silver is. It was not deposited. It's in the tree, and it's a petrification process. So I showed you this stuff here, how the sap is. Okay? You look at this stuff under a microscope. If you crush this stuff up right here, let me just show you this, okay? So you see, this is a piece of wood, okay? And you see what happened inside. You could go into these caves and stuff, but you see, this is what occurred. It crystallized. And it don't always have to be due to heat. It's just what happens. You could use honey and maple syrup. It'll do the same thing. Okay, so this is wood. But I've covered this before, but you see this piece right here. This is just a ball of sap. Just like, let me get a couple of these down here. So you look at these here. These are balls of sap I pulled off of a tree. And if you look at this under like a jeweler's loop, it's the same as this. It's no different. Same as this. This is all sap that crystallized. Same with this. Okay, that's just discolored in there. But this was sap right here. This was like a ball of sap. Just like these. And if you look at this under a loop, you'll see the nodules and everything. Okay, same with this. This was all just a ball of sap. Just like this piece right here. That's on the tree. It was injured and it healed itself. Okay? And here, you know, you got a little piece of bark with the sap on it in there. And you see these little pine needles and stuff. You know, Lord knows how large one of these pine needles would have been and what they would look like today. Okay, so I want you to understand this. This right here is no different than this that I pulled off of a tree. If you crush this open right here, it's the same exact thing as this. And the quartz I showed you, let me go right over here. Okay, yeah, right here. So if you see this right here, you see that? If you crush this open, it would be the exact same thing. I'll do it right here. Hold on a minute. Okay, I crushed it open in front of you. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but so if you look at this right here under a jeweler's loop, okay, if you look at this under a jeweler's loop really close, you'll see it's the same as this. Okay? So we're back to the mica really quick. We got a few things to cover right here. So I told you about the cambium layer of the tree. So this would have been the cambium layer here, just a small sliver of it. And this is where the bark would have attached. And once again, you see the striations like in the wood. All this bark is gone. But this was the cambium layer, and this is where the bark was. Like I said a million times, this is like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. Okay, this is where the bark would have attached. The bark has the same minerals as what they mine for in the mica. Okay? And I said it at the beginning of this video that I would give all of my specimens that are priceless, they're irreplaceable. It's taken me a long time for this collection. I would give it to a university of stature, but you know, they have their protocol of what they're going to teach. They got to follow the worldly lies. Their curriculum, their academics. You know, there's no way they would break out of that. It's not accepted. But I would be willing to do that. This is all petrified wood, and you can see how it breaks down. This is feldspar right here. You see little pieces of the wood attached to it. But this is a really beautiful piece right here. Okay, so let's just go right here real quick. So this would be the cambium layer, the lighter part. And then the bark would be the same as that. Okay, and let me get this one out in the sun. And you'll see it's all just part of the bark, the wood. Okay? That there, this is the cambium layer. This is where the bark attached to. Okay, it's just a small example. That's all I can show you here. And then like these pieces, this is a larger piece. You see part of the bark, okay? It looks just like bark, even though it's petrified. This is part of the cambium layer, and that's the bark that turned into mica. Same with this piece. It's part of the cambium layer and the bark that turned into mica. Here's some pieces. So let's look at this piece right here. Let's stand that up right here. Okay, these are one of the same. Okay, this is petrified. It's just one of the same. And this here was probably feet thick. And like I say, I got a video of these guys digging into feet thick bark of the mica.
Eh, ba da ci gaba da aikin. Ci gaba da aikin.
There's more of it. There's more of the mica. This right here, this cluster, okay, that's just sap and parts of the bark. Just you could imagine with the destruction of these trees when they fell, the destruction that occurred, and everything get like a mishmash, whatever they want to call it. Okay, so we're moving along. So here's just different types of bark. Okay, can you imagine this? What geologists would say this on a large level, on a large scale, when they see it out in the field. So you see this right here, okay? This would be a kind of an example, I would assume, that when I told you that in this gully, there was a 10-foot high gully wall that went down for miles, just part of one massive branch, and it all looked like this, okay? It all looked like this, and you'll see what that is. It's this right here. It's just wood. And I would compare that to something like this. Just part of the bark and the wood. Imagine that laid down like that and like this. Oh, let me get my bark. I gotta put it over here. See, and I showed you this, but this is bark, and it looks like wood. See, this is bark. Just like this piece, this is wood, but not bark. All right, let's keep moving on. Okay. So I've already covered this stuff and the mica. As you see here, this is all mica, but it'll turn into stone. like I've shown you earlier. So other different forms of mica in the wood under different conditions. So you see this piece right here. Okay, you'll see this around the coastlines. I did a video on Sicker Point. You'll see a lot of this, the unconformity they call it. But once again, there's your unconformity. And you see the waters that erode in between all the different striations, the fibers. But that's just an example of your unconformity. So I've said many times how there's a process from a beginning stage to an end stage and in between. So I had some technical difficulties, so I'm going to wrap this up here. So before I continue with the mica, I just want to go over this one more time so you understand that there's a process from beginning to end, and there's in-between stages. Just like I showed you with the petrified wood, partially high heated to this, to turning to magma, to well, I put the piece up, but eventually turning to obsidian. All of them are the same, it's just there's different processes that create different effects. So there's different processes, different things during the petrification process. So this right here did not turn to mica, but it's the same thing. Same with this. This would have turned to mica under the right conditions. Okay? This here is mica. It would have done the same thing. This would have done the same thing, but it didn't complete the process under different environment, different time. It didn't complete like a process. And then you see here with this mica, which is the wood, that it'll turn to the black. It'll also turn all the way to tourmaline. You see, it'll also turn to this right here. This mica will get solidified just like this. And if you look at this close, it's got striations in it, like I'm going to show you in a minute, and like I have showed you. So these are all one of the same. This right here, which is mica and wood, okay, is the same as these two that did not turn to mica, but it's really close. It's really close to turning to mica, but this is petrified wood. This is really close to turning to mica, but it didn't complete the process, however that occurred. So now we're going to move on. So, I want you to understand there's all kinds of different tree types, okay? And so there's videos out there of different kind of trees, plants, shrubs, bushes, and vegetation that have petrified. Some really cool stuff that could look like human or animal biology, especially if you look at it under a microscope. But you look at all these different plants, trees, vegetation, and even tropical that are petrified, different kinds, you'll see how amazing they are. But if you're a deceiver and you're trying to deceive people, it's easy to do. Okay, so for example, these are all mud rocks. I could find these by the bucketfuls. Okay, and generally they start with a stone or something in the middle, and they roll through the river in the mud and the anyway, through the mud and stuff, the silt. This here had a stone in the middle of it, but it fell out. You see this here, this had a stone in the middle of it, and all the mud broke off of it. You see here, same with that. This one here had a stone in the middle of it, but this is all mud. If you look at this under a microscope really close and say some deceitful stuff that this looks like this or that, with the same books and literature that biology and geology uses, it's easy to deceive people. It's worse than pareidolia. This here is a petrified mud fossil, but somebody could say this is some vertebrae or God knows what, and say it's part of something that it's not. But this is just a mud fossil. It's just wood. It's no different than anything else in here. Okay? This right here is not petrified, but it's pretty hard. It's close. But this is a mud fossil. Somebody may deceive you. It's worse than pareidolia, and tell you that this right here, from right here on my foot forward, that it broke off here is part of a foot, and that's part of the foot bone. And then in the front, these are the toes that broke off. You'd call that a no-toe. And this would be the flesh. It would be easy to deceive people because it could very easily look like that if that's what you try to manipulate them with. Okay? Same with this. This is a mudstone. This right here, somebody could tell you that this was a giant hair follicle from a giant. And this is the hair follicle. And they could look up in these deceitful biology and geology books and show you something and convince you that this is a hair follicle from a giant. Okay, it's very deceptive and easy to do, especially if you're a likable guy and you seem like you're educated and you know what you're talking about. You know, just like there's people that go along the coastlines and film certain things and say it's like part of a 1,000-mile long dragon, but if you look at it close, you'll see what it is. It's just all tree remain that has been eroded in a certain way through the salt water and just through the water itself. Deception is very easy to do to people today because a lot of people do not have discernment. They do not have spiritual discernment. And I don't mean that rude or disrespectful. It's just fact. Okay? So I'm covering that part here. And then you see things like this. This can be very deceptive if this was something larger. And you could say it's part of a female anatomy or something down their lines. It's very deceptive. Okay? I could give you so many examples, but I just want to give you a heads up on that, okay? So here I want to show you, this is a piece of petrified coral right here, okay? Let me just show you here. So you see the same type of striation and like fibers. It's like the Fibonacci sequence. It's everywhere in creation, okay? But this is all just, this piece here is just petrified coral. It's a beautiful piece. You don't see a whole lot of these pieces around. This is just a different piece of petrified wood. Okay, it's a piece of stone, but it's wood. Okay? I think I'm showing you these pieces. I can't remember because I had some technical difficulties. This is one of my favorite pieces of thousands of favorite pieces. It's just a beautiful piece of wood with the petrified sap attached to it. It's beautiful. Okay? Can't remember if I've done this, but this is just a piece of petrified wood. Okay? And you see the beautiful sheen to it. This was all part of the tree. Okay? This was part of the cambium layer of the tree. Just like part of this cambium layer with they call it a quartz outcropping. But I've seen these miles long, and they run the same configuration the way the wood breaks down, the fractures and stuff, when it petrified. Okay, this is the wood, the bark on the cambium layer. No different than this piece right here. Let me turn this over. This is the wood, the cambium layer. Okay, that turned to mica. I've already covered all that. So now you come over here. Got two more little spots. So we have coal and oil. Natural gas is all part of it. Methane gas. This is all just wood, and you'll still see all the same striations in it. And all the flat breaks. Okay? It's a direct property, a direct descendant from the tree. Just a different breakdown. It's all coal, but you'll still see the striations in it. Okay? So also I'd like you to know, this is also petrified wood. Okay? And you look underneath, okay, some of it is just in your face, kind of like on the Mount Rushmore, the band or the tree that they left unshaved. It's just mockery. But you see here, this is all just part of a grain of a tree that petrified. And then when they, so you got to understand the size of these trees. And it says that the roots, the trees went down to great waters, which I'm assuming would be the fountains of the great deep. So you could imagine the root system that had to anchor these trees that were miles upon miles across. Some that are a mile across, some that are double digits across. Possibly triple digits. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the truth. One of the guys, Ken, that I took up, that met me up there from Minnesota, very sharp, intelligent guys, and Deontay. Very intelligent guys. They know exactly what they're doing, what they're looking at. And Ken went to Mount Denali, that's in Alaska, which is the highest summit in North America. And besides the drone footage and hikes that I've seen people take there, which is obviously part of a tree, he confirmed it. He sent pictures. And I trust his opinions. Very knowledgeable guy from my videos and just his overall common sense. But what I'm saying is the root system that had to anchor these trees was just unimaginable. So like when you have marble, or granite, you could, when they cut it and polish it like this, and they have them huge slabs, you got to understand, all that's part of the root system. Whether it's hard, whether you believe it or not, I'm telling you, I would never tell you something if it wasn't true, and if I was unsure about it, I would tell you about it. But this is all part of the tree, all of this. Okay, and you'll see them do core cuts in the ground for whether it's for prospecting or a marble, and the core cuts will be like this. But this is all just part of the grains of the tree. All these. This is just like this. Right here. Okay. It's the same thing, but you'll find this in like visitor shops at tourist locations. All this stuff, all kinds of things made out of this, from like chess pieces to glasses to animals like this. But it's all just, you'll see marble like this, it's all just part of the grain of the tree. I know it's hard for people to understand, and this is a different kind of petrified wood, but this is really a cool piece. Same here, this could roll in a river and become a piece of cobblestone. Somewhere in this video, either at the beginning or somewhere, I've showed you in Switzerland all the massive cedar trees that are mountains, and it's so obvious and in your face, very self-evident. This would be like a small one of them, just massive. This isn't massive, but if this rolled in a river, it became cobblestone, like most people have in their front yards, you wouldn't be able to recognize it. So now, really quick, the tourmaline. Okay, if you retain the memory of my past videos and what I've just explained in this, so I'm showing you how the grains of the tree are like fibers. And this could be twisted, turned, or whatever. That's the characteristics of the cedar. But all trees have this fiber. One tree ring could have hundreds of different fibers in one tree ring. That's how you get all these, what they call striations in the geology world. Like this, or like this, okay? We're going to get over here in a minute, but I'm working there. Just like I showed you on this, all the striations in it. This is all just part of the tree. Okay, if you showed this to somebody, says petrified tree, you know, it's, you see here, you see all the striations in it. Okay, this is part of the cedar that I showed you. Like this stuff right here. This is all just wood, but they got different names for this stuff and how it was created. I don't even try to remember it all. It's just too much. There's hundreds and thousands of different words they have for all these different stones and the minerals and all the ridiculous ways of millions and billions of years ago they were created. Mainly, their go-to thing is magma. They say that basalt and granite is cooled magma. Have you ever seen how beautiful basalt and magma and granite is? It's beautiful. It's not like the hot, slurry, obsidian, charred, very like it's like hell, like what I would consider as hell. But this is all part of the cedar. And then you just keep going and you see all the fibers in it. Okay? So you understand all that. When you come here to the tourmaline, I showed you really quick how the petrified wood and the bark will eventually solidify, and it'll do this right here. Okay, this was all mica, but it solidifies and it turns into this. It will turn into this. It's that process from beginning to end. The same material, the same product, but a different process. So you look right here. Okay, you can see, hold on a minute. You can see the striations in this. That's what they call tourmaline. But you still see all the same fibers in it. You still see all the same fibers that you would in anything else. Just like this. Just like this, okay? Just like this. Okay, it's the fibers in the tree. And these are just little tree parts that they call tourmaline. It's just a different process. If you look in there, you'll be able to see all the striations. You look right here, you'll be able to see all the striations. This is just wood, but they call it tourmaline. Let's see if you can see the striations. Okay, you see them there all along here. It's just like this. Okay, that's all it is. Just little pieces of wood. See it here? You see, like, this was once mica, okay? Like, I showed you them black pieces over there. Like this, right here, the wood, okay? The wood changed from the mica to this. Okay, I just showed you that. And then the mica goes even further and starts, you see the striations in it, just like the mica, and it filled in, it solidified. It's just wood, but they call it tourmaline. Okay, these striations right here, okay, are the same as all these tourmaline pieces in here and all in here. You see here, let me show you really quick. It starts off like this, it'll get like this, it'll get like this, and you see it used to be mica, but that's all that tourmaline is. Okay, now where's that one piece at here? Yeah, right here. Okay, this is just wood. Let me zoom this out a little bit, see if that'll help it. So that right there used to be wood, it used to be mica. So it probably went from wood to mica to this. Just like the gold, the chalcopyrite, the gold, the copper, and the iron pyrite, or the lava rocks, the different transitions. And then you look right here, this is a piece of petrified wood. And you see what it does here, okay? Due to the fibers, it does all kinds of crazy things. So look at that, okay? And then you look at this. It's all wood. It's all jumbled together. But this is wood and quartz. Okay, just like this. This is all part of the tree. It's just the way the tree breaks down. You see here, this is all part of the tree. It creates crystals. Just like I showed you here, and all of this here, how it turns to crystals. That's sap. And then you get a, where's that piece out here? Let me see here. Where did I put it? I think it's right under here. Hold on. Yeah, it's right here. So hopefully we have some sun. So this is a piece of sap and some wood. Hopefully you can see the beautiful colors in it. Like right here, you'll see that's all natural. It was in the tree. Nothing was deposited. And you'll see how the quartz starts creating like crystals. Like right here. That's natural. Even on the back. Okay. There's cedar right here. Okay. The important thing to understand is how trees break down like fibers. So like fibers. These are all like fibers. You can call that an unconformity that they say is billions of years old. It goes this way and then it goes this way. Okay, so let's do one more thing, okay? I'm going to show you some of this here. This is petrified bone. Okay, we're just going to lift through a few pieces. Scoot some of that over here. Okay, so this is not petrified, but I want you to look at the cartilage, okay? I mean marrow, I'm sorry. This is all marrow right here. Okay, all that is marrow, and this is not petrified. Okay? You look at a lot of this stuff, you'll see that all this stuff in between here is marrow, and this is like cartilage. Like gristle is what we call it. Okay? I got better pieces. There's marrow and gristle here. This is bone. Okay, we're going to keep going. I'll just show you a bunch. Okay, this is bone right here. This is cartilage. Cartilage, and this is bone. Okay, there's just some teeth. This here is cartilage and bone. Gristle, that's what we call it, like that tough stuff. This is gristle. And this is all marrow. Okay? This is bone. Right here, this is bone and marrow. This here is a petrified shell. You see the shell there? And there's a few more in there. This looks like an imprint right here. But that's a shell. This here is also part of a crab, but it's hard to show it to you. Let's look at this piece here. So you see, this is ash right here, and this is part of some of the seashells. But this is ash, and it's probably some plant material that left an imprint. Let's see here. There's another shell that's in ash. Piece of petrified bone and marrow. This is not petrified, I'm sorry, but this is marrow. Okay? There's some more bone with all the marrow. See the marrow in there, and you can see what we'd call like the gristle. That's marrow. This right here is marrow inside here. This is bone right here. Bone. And this is part of the marrow. That's all it is. Same here. This is marrow and bone. All this stuff in between the white lines is marrow. This stuff is bone. All this stuff is bone. This is not petrified. This is not petrified. More of the bone and gristle is what I call it. But all that in between is marrow. This is bone right here. This is bone. It might not look like it, but this is bone. Let's look at a few more. This right here is all bone. And you could see some of the marrow inside there. Okay, this is bone and marrow. There's a few pieces in here I want to find. So this one's really cool. So I don't know if this is a knuckle, a joint, but this is bone right here, like where a joint would be. Okay, look at this. I don't know if that's like a knuckle bone, a shoulder, but this here is bone. Okay, this is bone. I don't know if that's a knuckle, a shoulder, a kneecap, who knows what that is. Let's keep going, a few more. Right here, this is bone and marrow, or gristle. All the stuff in between the white is marrow. I'm going to show you one last thing with that piece. Man, look at this piece. So this is bone. I don't know if it's part of a skull or I don't know what that is. But there's a lot of bone there. Maybe a brain, who knows? Same with this one. There's a lot of bone here. Part of a skull, or who knows what that is. But it's bone. Okay. What else we got here? Now, I've been looking for them pieces, man. Damn it. Let's look at a couple more. There's bone. And then you see small areas of marrow in there. There's some more seashell right there. And ash. There's a whole bunch of little seashells in ash. Here's another seashell. More bone and marrow. So this here, that's a bear jaw. That's from a small black bear. I'm not sure what that's from. Some kind of coyote or fox or something. Not coyote, but a fox or a raccoon. Here's some more of the bear teeth. That was part of this, but that's a small black bear. Here's some more of it. That's the back molars of the bear. The other back molars, this was a black bear. I know because it was killed on the side of the road. Must have got hit by a car. And I grabbed these pieces that were there. There is some more marrow and gristle, cartilage. This right here is what they call like a conglomerate. But this here, I'll tell you a little story real quick and we'll come to an end. So this looks like concrete right here. Okay? So in starting from Golden, Colorado, going up towards Central City and Blackhawk, there's a large river canyon called Clear Creek. Well, if you go like 200 yards up the canyon from where the original river is, you'll go up there and you'll see cobblestone, round rocks the size of cars all the way down to smaller pieces. Round cobblestone. So the only thing that'll make rock round like that is rolling in a river. Okay? So up there, so the water, that canyon used to run with water very long time ago. And that's also where they have Table Mesa North and Table Mesa South, which are two large mesas, which are, I've been up on many times. They're also tree remains. One of them is, Brad, I can't remember how far across it is. It's a few miles. Anyway, so when you go up from the river a couple hundred yards, there's areas, like I say, where there's cobblestone everywhere. And so that river, and cobblestone is the largest car, so that river was up that high at one time. And had to have been a massive force to push them around cobblestone boulders. Anyway, so this stuff right here, this is from an ancient river, and you could find it today in a lot of places. It's just where sand and sediment and rocks settle, and it fuses together, and it creates this right here. So this is ancient. This is from an ancient river from thousands of years ago. Geology would tell you it's from 1.6 billion years ago, but been down that line. So just to wrap this up, let me just take a quick look. More bone and marrow. Gristle. Anyway, there's another piece of that ancient riverbed stuff. More seashells in ash. Anyway, there's all kinds of stuff in here. You see the marrow. This is all petrified right here, but you see the marrow in the bone. All right, folks. I think the last thing I wanted to show you was this. I was looking for these pieces, and this is dirty. It used to be really beautiful. I'm not even going to bother with it because it needs to be cleaned up. But you'll see I got some pieces of crystallized sap. That's a mirror image to that I got off a cedar tree. Anyway, folks, I hope that you have a better understanding on what things are. I got to go to Lowe's, and not Lowe's, but Costco tomorrow, and pick up some more bins because, like I say, all this stuff's getting put away. I'm not bringing it out again. Because I'm done with this. I'm just going to complete this series, and unless something spectacular comes along, I'm just trying to document everything. And like I say, I would give all of this stuff to a university or geology department. But they would have to go against their whole curriculum and academics, which will never happen. It'll never happen. Anyway, folks, I thank you for watching. Like I say, I'm going to attach several other videos that are similar to this on the back, just for to have it all together for my documentation. It's worth watching, and there'll be a few more parts to this series. Like I say, that'll be it, unless something absolutely spectacular comes up. I really hope you understand what I'm showing you, because it's not an opinion. It's not out of a book. It's not propaganda. It's not deception. It's actual truth, folks. So thanks for watching, and I hope you leave a comment so I can get some feedback and see where everybody's at. I appreciate it, and thanks for watching. Hello, everybody. Well, So in this video, I have a lot to show you, and a lot I want to explain to you. But I'm going to start doing things a little bit different than all my other videos. And if this is your first video or your second video, and you haven't watched my videos and truly understand that the mountains, the plateaus, the mesas, and the buttes are tree remains, and the whole 9 yards that I've explained with the quartz and the gold, the silver, the platinum, uranium, the mica, all the elements on the periodic table, okay? So I'm changing things up. If you haven't watched my videos and understand that, you're not going to understand this. And you know, I have gotten emails and messages from all around this world from people who have said the same thing about how could we have not seen this? It's so obvious. And when I've said that this stuff is worldwide and it's so obvious, I don't care if you're on the coastlines of Switzerland, New Zealand, anywhere in this world, it's very prominent. And when you have the eyes to see it, you can see it. But I'm moving on to a different, something different, other than just showing that the tree, what the tree remains are. So, and it may not matter to a lot of people. And what does it change by knowing this stuff? Okay, you can decide what that is for you. Okay, but I'm going to show you some things and tell you some things that may challenge your ability to understand. Some people are going to get it, but I'm telling you, it's absolute fact. And whatever you do with it, whether you believe it or not, whether it changes your world, your life, whatever, that's fine. But I'm just bringing it to the light, and I'm not going to kill myself over, like, I'm not going to work really hard to show this stuff because I've already done it in the past. So I want to explain some things to you, and you have to have watched my videos to understand, okay? Because I'm going to show you that just about everything, if not all, that you see on the periodic table of the metals and elements and minerals all originated from the tree remains, whether it was a plant, a bush, a shrub, vegetation, tropical, coral, anything that was alive in that sense when it comes to the trees and stuff, is what gives us all the minerals and elements and metals. It was all product of the tree, okay? You could choose to believe that or not, okay? And I don't care what some of these other channels say. There is opposition out there that is lying to people, and they seem very believable and trustworthy, but I'm telling you, they're not, okay? But I'm gonna, when things come to mind, I will talk about it, but I want to show you some things. But one more time, I'm just gonna say that if you haven't watched my videos, you're not gonna understand a lot of this, okay? I'm not gonna go over time and time again about the tree remains and get into detail on that. I've already done it, okay? So if you haven't watched it or understand that, you're not gonna understand a lot of the next videos, okay? But and it's really fascinating because the world lies about everything, okay? Whether, you know, we're not gonna even get into that, but let me just show you a few things. So hold on a moment, okay? Let me flip this around here. So this is the side of my house. We just moved in here in October, just poured the concrete and built the patio cover. But anyway, I want to show you some things, okay? And this is really educational. And I will not ever tell you anything that's not truth or fact, okay? You're really going to learn a lot here, and I really want you to apply this to wherever you are in the world. Because when I tell you that everything on the periodic table, whether it's metals or elements or minerals, originated from the tree, and you just have to understand that. Trying to explain that is very difficult because of the lies that have been poisoned in people's brains, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of go through this randomly, okay? I don't have no set start or end, but it's gonna be up to you just to retain the memory and to keep it in your mind, okay? Because I got a lot to show you here that's really cool. Okay, so, and you may have to do a little research yourself, but it's really incredible stuff, okay? Just remember, you know, these are pretty big and bold statements saying that all the metals and minerals and elements originated from the tree, okay, or the plant, a shrub, a bush, a vegetation, something that's tropical, coral. Things were different back then, okay? So I'm going to put a picture in right here and show you that the gold, this is just one of the elements, one of the metals. Gold comes from the tree, okay? So if you come right here, let me find. So I'm going to put a picture in here and show you this right here, okay? This is quartz, but this was in the tree. It's just what happens, okay? I've seen it so many times. Okay, so we're just going to start over here, and I'm going to show you that when you get pieces of wood or rock that looks like this with all the glitter you see in here, I don't know how well you can see it, all the glitter and stuff. This is petrified wood here. This is part of the tree and sap, okay? So all these little pieces of glitter and stuff you see here are tiny microscopic pieces of sand and tree and bark, okay? They're pieces of the bark. Let me show you, okay? So you come here, you see all this glittery stuff. This is mica, okay? But this mica once used to be wood and or bark, okay? And then you have the feldspar. It's part of the tree. Okay, I want to show you this. This here is part of the sap, the quartz, okay? It comes in different colors depending on the type of tree. Iron comes from the tree. All the elements, okay? So we're going to go through this, and I'm going to show some things to you. But mica is wood, and if you Google on how, basically on all the elements, not just mica, where it comes from, how it was formed, their go-to lie is it's from magma, from lava, okay? That all the elements from the periodic table originated from magma, okay? Have you ever seen magma? It's like slag, you know what I mean? But people, you got to use a little common sense that if you look at all the hard rock mining, whether it's lithium or palladium, gold, silver, most all of them, even mercury, okay? It's all hard rock mined. It was in the tree. So they're going to say that magma that rolled down like you see in a volcano, lava, just magically appeared in all the tree remains in the quartz. No, it was part of the tree, okay? You got to use discernment, okay? So now let me just show you a few things. Okay, we're going to go over a couple rocks, okay? This here is all from the tree. All of this. Okay, this is wood. All this is wood, this mica. And as we go through, I'll show you more. This is all mica. It's all part of the bark. All of it. Something was in the tree that gave it a gold or silver tint in this particular tree, okay? This here would eventually turn to mica. Right here would eventually turn to mica like, hold on, like this right here, okay? This is all mica, but this is wood. This right here is wood, okay? It once used to look like this. And whatever happened during the petrification process, or whatever was in the tree, turned the wood. So you're going to see some more, okay? So I got a lot to show you. So you see this is wood, but it turned to mica. small little durable sheets of plastic. Okay, you see here, this is part of the tree, the quartz. This is the wood. You come underneath. Okay, let me lift this up. You see the tree underneath it. Okay, this is part of the tree, and the gold was in it. Okay, I'm going to show you more. I'm going to tie all this together as we go around. This right here is feldspar. This here was the sap. Okay, now let me show you. I don't want to bounce around over here. We got a whole bunch of different sap, and like I say, I can't just keep on repeating things, but like I say, if you've watched my other videos, if you crush this sap up, this is from a cedar tree, and some of it's a pine tree. If you crush it up, okay, it will look just like this, identical, okay, whether it's white, beige, brown, rose. Okay, I crushed some up here. If you look at this under a loop, it's identical to this. This is crystallized sap, okay, and it looks just like this under a loop. Okay, so let's go back over here. So the mica is wood, okay? The mica is wood, and if you read about what the world tells you, the lie that supports their evolution, creation, the Big Bang, it came from magma. And you look at all the uses that mica is used for, it's truly incredible. Okay, this is mica, but it was once wood. Okay, all this right here, these are all little tiny pieces of wood and bark. Okay, as I get down further, I'll show you more. Okay, this here would turn to mica, which is wood. They say it came from lava. It's absolutely bullshit. Everything they say comes from lava, from magma, from the Earth's crust. It's a lie. Everything originated from the tree. So you see right here, this is wood. Okay, just like these pieces over here. Okay, this is wood. Okay, I've shown you this on my last trip that I took. This is all wood. Okay, this is not petrified, it's just a piece of wood. But you see, it's all the same. This is wood here, and you see all the pieces of wood and bark in here. All the little glitter pieces, okay? You see here, these are like in strands, kind of like, okay, so I don't know how well you're gonna see this here, but you see here, the wood is like strands. I told you it's like fibers, okay? And they will even do this. You see inside here, this is all wood in here. It looks like squares, like crystals, okay? But it's just what happens. And then it'll also do this. Okay, this is wood in here. Them like square like bars that turn to a gold color. That's all wood. This is the same thing, but it fell out, and you see remnants of the wood in there, and the square mold in the sap. Okay, I want you to understand that, and you see all the crystals in there. So this right here is no different than this. Okay, it was just part of the tree. However, it petrified after the flood. Okay, this here is the same. All this gold came from the tree. Okay, it could be in the hard rock and or the quartz. Okay, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, so let's go back over here. Okay, so you see here how this eventually would have turned into mica right here. And one of these little slivers right here, like they look like a whole bunch of different rings. Each one of these rings has like 20 different tiny rings in it, like like this would. Okay, or like this. So you see this here. There's a whole bunch of different rings in there. One of these sections of rings where my tip of my thumb is would have a dozen or more tiny rings in it like this. Okay, that's just not one little ring right here. Okay, so let me move this over here. Okay, so you see here, this is all wood. Okay, it's all wood. The mica is the wood. And they're going to lie to you and tell you it comes from magma, which is ridiculous. You see all the little speckles in there. It's part of the wood. This right here is all bark. I'm going to show you down here and you'll understand. And then these flakes of the wood and bark get microscopic, and you see them inside the wood here. And they can come tinier and tinier. Like if you really look inside here, you'll see them. That's where it comes from, inside here. Okay, and the gold, the silver, palladium, all the other elements did the same thing, depending on what type of tree, plant, shrub, bush, vegetation, tropical, or even coral and stuff. Okay, we're gonna keep on going down. You see here, it's more of the sap and the wood attached to it. Okay, and you see eventually this would turn to mica right here. This is wood. This right here is no different than this right here, this mica. Okay, you see that? The mica is the wood, just like here. This that I'm holding is no different than this. This is wood. And it turned to mica. Okay? Just keep going down. This is, you see the wood inside here. These are just small microscopic pieces compared to the size of the tree. This is part of the sap, okay? This is part of the wood. You see all the little pieces in here. Okay? The same with all this. This is part of the tree, the bark or tree. All these pieces in here that glitter, it's all part of the tree, the wood. Same with here. You get inside there. You come in here. This is feldspar. It's part of the tree, and this is part of the bark. You'll understand more down here. You see here, this is wood. Okay, it's wood. It turned to mica. This all comes from the tree, and you see all the little flakes and pieces in there. Gold, silver, uranium, feldspar, palladium, it's all the same. It was all in the tree. That's why they do all the hard rock mining. It's not this magma lava flow that just magically went into the sap of the tree. Okay, it's wood. It originated from the tree. Okay, and I have an extensive history of the gold and silver mines. I'm telling you. See, this would eventually turn into mica, but this is wood. Okay, let me flip this over. This right here would eventually turn into mica. Okay, so this here in my hand, okay, this piece of petrified wood would eventually turn like this. Okay, and I want to show you, this is what people are brainwashed into thinking petrified wood looks like. If it doesn't look like this, or like this, or like much of the pieces in here that you can go to any gravel pile and find that retain their form in a small way before they roll in the river and get rounded and smoothed. Like here, okay? This piece in my hand, at one time it was like this, but it rounded and smoothed. Okay, so here's lava. Okay, this is what lava looks like, magma. Okay, this used to be a tree right here, part of a tree. But if it don't look like this, people don't understand that all this stuff here is stone, it's rock. It's just like here, this is part of the wood. Okay, and here's the sap that was inside. And this is the petrified wood. This piece here is like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. It's so tiny. Okay, so we're going to keep on going around. This one here has a gold sheen to it. But you see, it's just all part of the tree. Okay? This here is just a quartz. And you know, a lot of this stuff, most all of it, the metals and the gold, silver, palladium, uranium, it's all has such a high conductivity to where what was the purpose for it in the tree? You know, there's so many things in the Bible that the trees talk about, not just healing or giving life or knowledge. Okay, and this here was also in, let me unzip this, hold on a moment. All this right here was also like, you know, they call it a vein, but it's just part of the grain. And you'll see it's just a different kind of form of coal, and you'll see all the plant material in there. Okay, it just didn't finish forming like this piece of coal would have. Okay, so we're going to keep moving on. All them pieces like here I showed you, this is the sap, and just little pieces of the tree bark and tree that's incorporated in the sap. Similar to this modern piece right here, this is still soft, but this would be the petrified, this would be the sap that came out of the tree. Okay, and you see the wood, pieces of the wood and stuff incorporated in it. Okay, under the right conditions, this right here, this sap with all the wood pieces in it would do the same thing as this. Okay, you see all the wood in it, that's mica. This would have done the same thing, all the little wood pieces in it, and this is soft, you see? It hasn't crystallized yet. So this is the same thing as that. Okay, so let me, where are we going at over here? So we're gonna go right here. So this right here is part of a tree ring, okay? You go into caves and stuff and you see all the crystals and stuff. It's just, I'm telling you, it's what the tree did. The crystals and quartz is just part of the tree, whether they're like in the hexagonal type, like here, this comes from a tree. This is part of a tree ring right here. Okay, all of this was once part of a tree ring, just a tiny section. Okay, and then you have fossils that are in ash. Here's a seashell that's in ash. Okay, that don't have much to do with the trees, but I just wanted to show that to you. Here's some seashells that was in ash right here. Okay, these are fossils, but this is from ash, of volcanic activity. Okay, these two right here are two petrified turtles right here. Okay, this used to be a petrified turtle. I mean, it used to be a turtle that petrified. Okay, but I want you to understand that when I tell you everything on the periodic table originated from the trees, it didn't come from magma from the core of the earth or the crust. I'm telling you, it's a lie. So whatever you do with that truth, that's up to you. And this is a piece that's totally out of my league or my what I do with the trees, but I found this by the Fountain River in Colorado Springs, Colorado. There's a whole bunch of this down there, but this here to me looks like it's biological. That is not part of a tree remains. It looks like it's part of something that was living at one time. I don't know what it could have been, but I don't believe it's part of the tree. And I wanted to show this to Mike from Stellium 7. But you see here, these are like membranes, like, and then the blood or whatever crystallized. Okay, you got the crystals. That's just what the sap and probably blood did. Okay, But I believe this is biological. But I didn't want to get in there because that's not my deal. Okay? So we're going to keep moving down here. I'm going to show you that some more here, okay? All kinds of things I want to cover here. But I want you to really understand, okay, that if you look at how I'm going to do a series on as many elements and minerals and metals that I can, showing that it's hard rock mining, that it came from the tree, and coming from lava from the crust of the earth is a lie, okay? It was part of the tree. Just like I'm going to put a picture in here and you'll see how the gold was in the tree. Similar to, I'm going to put the picture in here right now. Okay, and you'll see it's the same thing. It's part of the quartz. It was in the tree. Not every tree had. I'm pretty positive that a different plant, tree, shrub, bush, vegetation, tropical, or even coral or sea life had different elements and minerals in it. Okay, so you come right here. Okay, you see here's the bark. Okay. This is bark right here. Let me pull this out, okay? So you see here, this is bark that turned to mica, okay? And this is the same thing as the bark, okay? The bark and wood turned to mica. They're going to tell you this came from magma and lava. It's ridiculous, okay? So I want to show you that, okay? See here, it's part of the sap. This piece here, like I say, is just like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. It's so tiny compared, I can't imagine. So this thickness here is just on a modern tree that's a couple feet across. But you know, the bark on these trees had to have been feet upon feet thick in double digits. Okay? So I want you to understand that, okay? So let me show you this here. Okay, so my camera is about ready to die. I'm going to stop it real quick and start it. So hold. Okay, we're up and running again. Okay, so I want to show you this. This is just more of the mica, but it's really amazing because the bark also has rings in it. Okay, and you come here and you see that the mica is really like durable sheets of plastic, kind of like what you would put on your phone cover to protect it, like a phone case, a phone screen cover. But this was one's bark and wood. Okay. This is wood, but it turned to mica. There's more of the sap, the crystallized sap, and that one's not. So if you crush it, it's not crystallized. These are softer pieces. But anyway, you see part of the wood, which is the mica, incorporated with some of the sap. Okay. So if we come here, so these are arrowheads. Okay. This is just part of the tree, part of the inside of a tree. I've shown you this in a lot of my other videos, so I just can't keep repeating it. You have to. That's why you have to watch it to understand. This is from the inside of a tree, and you'll see here they call it shale or flint, but I'm telling you, it comes from the inside of the tree. The arrowheads. Okay, this is all tree, petrified tree, all of it. Same as this. Same as this. They call it flint or shale, but it comes from the tree. Okay, so let's move on and see what we got here. Okay, this here was part of the tree. This came from the tree. It was a living mineral or element within the tree that petrified. I showed you in that picture. Okay, all of this. And you come here, this is part of the tree. Even these little things, it could have been some kind of plant. But going back to the mica, there's numerous different kind of micas, like biotite. This is muscovite, but it's all the same. It just comes from a different kind of plant, tree, shrub, bush, or vegetation. This also comes from a tree. Okay? And when they do these cores like this, they're just cut. I've done a video on it. I can't just keep repeating it, but they do these cores, and you'll see that it's just all part of the grain of the tree. That's all it is. When they do these cores, this is all part of the tree. All of this, just part of the quartz and part of the tree. When they're testing for their gold or silver or whatever mineral or metal they're looking for. Okay, so let me continue over here. All this comes from the tree, just like the picture. Okay, and none of this stuff should surprise you. If you could see that bark turned to mica, none of this should surprise you. How different things within the tree turn to the metals and elements we have, all the resources we have. Okay, this is all part of the tree, but it was some kind of other plant life or tree. Okay, you can't believe anything they tell you. This is coal, but it's also part of the tree. Okay, we're going to come back here, but since we're on the coal, I want to tell you. So last time we were up there, this is called bitumen. It's tar. They use it like for tar and gravel on a roof for all kinds of different applications. So way up high, we seen all this black stuff coming out of the rocks. There was no tree or anything up above. So somewhere down below in all the rocks, like the last trip I took, which was in South Dakota, and where a lot of the tree remains, like all this is very prominent. Okay, but this stuff was coming up out of the ground, and it found a couple places to come out. We call it pitch, and it's from the tree, just like the coal, but in a different form. Okay, I'll try to put a little video in explaining this. So just remember this right here. This also is part of the tree. That's a product from it. Okay, so let's go back over here. See what we got right here. Okay, well here's more of this here. These could be this size or feet long. You know what I mean? This is part of the tree. Okay, it's just what it does. I've seen it. You know, you can take my word for it, do your own research, but I'm telling you, I can give you the information, but I can't understand it for you. Okay, this here, this is chalcopyrite. Okay, they call it mineralization, but it's not. It's just a worldly word that, you know, beginners, novice, gold miners, and prospectors use, because that's what they've been taught by the science and the geology system. That this is mineralized, and it's chalcopyrite, and it has all these stuff in it, and it was deposited. Well, it wasn't deposited. It was part of the tree originally. Okay, all this. Okay, that this is important to remember too, where I showed you how the tree, not only will it form like crystal-like quartz, not just quartz like not just quartz like this or that or that, but it will form crystal-like quartz like this and larger. And this is just like a mold, like an impression, and you can still see the wood in it. Okay, all that right there are parts of the tree. Okay, all them square type pieces of crystal that are gold. This all comes from the tree. Okay, just like here. This is all from the tree. Okay, so where are we gonna go next here? I'll just show you some pieces till I get over there. So all this stuff right here came from different trees. Okay, you see here. This is kind of like a granite, but you see it's part of the tree. Okay. So here's just a piece of quartz that broke off just like the tree does in the flat edges. Okay. This is from a different type of tree. Okay. Here you go again. Here's more of the quartz, the sap, and the tree attached to it. Okay. Let me see this piece here. All this. And then not only will it roll in a river and get round, but it'll break down so much into like sand. Okay. See, this is a beautiful piece, but this has got iron in it. There's iron in the trees. It's a beautiful piece. See here. See here. I'm gonna pause it a minute. I hear the puppies crying over here. Hold on. So my neighbor breeds, he's a backyard breeder. He has a bunch of pit bulls, and sometimes they get going, and yeah, he just took them in. But there's like 30 pit bull puppies over there, and they start beating up on one of them. Sometimes I gotta holler or throw things at them so they don't kill one of them. Okay, so we're back over here. Okay, just want to show you this stuff. See, so this is all wood right here, and it's clear as day. You can see it, but it'll turn into mica. Okay, all this right here is from the tree. This is all wood. This is wood. Feldspar. It's just part of the tree, a different part of the grain that turned to stone. That's feldspar. And this is wood. It comes in tiny little flakes like all this in here. Pieces like this. Massive pieces. Comes in all kinds of different sizes. Okay? You see here. And then you see on the end, it's just wood. But a lot of this stuff has the lichen on it, and it's hard to tell. I've shown you the colors of a lot of it. And right here, I'm going to put a picture in just to show you when I've always said that underneath the rolling hills, the grassland, the thin layer of vegetation are the remains of the trees, and a lot of them are preserved, the color of them. Okay, so I'm going to put a few pictures in here of showing you what I'm talking about. I've shown you numerous times, like where we broke a piece off that all you could see is this with the lichen. It's hard to tell, but when you break it off, you can see it looks like a little wood pile. You see what it really is. Okay, and the same thing for the picture I'm going to put in here where the tree fell over and it exposed under the ground. Perfectly preserved pieces of what's under the ground, the whole mountain. It could go down for miles upon miles, the pile up. And you'll see what it looks like. Besides breaking fresh pieces off like this, the little pieces of wood, you'll see. So I'm going to put it in here. Okay, so you've seen that, but it's everywhere. Okay, when it's not, it hasn't been weathered and it's been preserved. This here is a different type of tree. It's stone, and it's not the stereotype of petrified wood that people are brainwashed into. This is what petrified wood should look like that, like this, and like this. Okay, it turned to stone, and there were all kinds of different plants, trees, shrubs, bushes, and vegetation. Okay, this here all comes from the tree, and if you look in here, you see right out of there, you see all the little pieces of bark in here that turned to mica. All this. Okay, you see here, this is all wood, and it's just part of the tree. This here is all wood, incorporated with the petrified sap. Okay, you see right here, this is all part of the sap and part of the tree. This piece right here was probably the one piece I've worked hardest for. I carried this probably 2 miles down a mountain, stepping over hundreds of fallen trees. I can't even tell you what it took to get this piece home, but this was kind of inside of a cave where a branch had pulled out, and it was pretty preserved, and it's pretty damn cool. I'll show you the other side of it. Okay, there's that side of it. And this is just such a tiny sliver, and you see all the little tiny tree rings in there. It's like tree rings within tree rings, like the fibers. But this piece right here, I put it back, is one of my favorites because I worked so hard to get it. Okay, so we're gonna come right here, show you this piece again. Okay, let's see here. Let's go right over here. So this is petrified coral. So what kind of stuff came from coral that they say magma deposited in here? You know, don't really know, but this is petrified coral. This is wood. This is more of what the inside of a tree looks like. I've covered this in a lot of my videos. Some petrified wood is very colorful, some of it's just brown, some of it, you know, it's all kinds of different trees and plants and shrubs and bushes and vegetation. All this is rounded and smooth. This is all just petrified wood that's turned to stone. All of this, okay? Even this piece right here, okay, this is petrified wood. But whatever this was, part of the plant life, that's all it is. That petrified. You know, it could have been some kind of plant or coral or something aquatic. It's just hard telling. You know, this piece here, it's rounded and smooth, but it's petrified wood. Same with this. All this in here. Okay? But I want you to understand that you got to use just a little common sense, that they tell you that magma is their go-to thing, and lava that erupted from the crust of the earth and deposited everything from the periodic table into the tree remains. It's absolutely bullshit. And if you just use a little discernment and common sense, will tell you that it was part of the properties of the tree. Okay, I've shown you so many times in my videos, and that's why I'm trying to show you now that just the mica alone and all the things that they use it for is truly incredible. Just like all the things they use, everything from uranium, palladium, gold, silver, you know, they have such a high conductivity. What were they really used for? Did the trees communicate back then? Was it free energy? Don't know, but I do know for 100% fact, God is my witness, that all the elements, minerals, and resources and metals originated from the plants, trees, shrubs, bushes, vegetation of different kinds. You know, here, these are, you see there, this is wood inside here, and it turned to the mica. You know, I don't need to go over this a whole lot. Same here, this would have turned into mica eventually. When you see stuff like this, they do the hard rock mining because it has gold and silver and quartz and uranium. Look at all the hard rock mining and all the different metals and elements and minerals they get out of it. It wasn't deposited there, it was part of the tree remains. Okay, I'm going to show this piece one more time in case Mike from Stellium 7 wants to see it. It's pretty interesting. There's a whole bunch of these down by the river. Goes from Colorado Springs, Colorado down to Pueblo, Colorado, and then it merges into the Arkansas River in Pueblo, Colorado. But there's a whole bunch of this stuff, and at first I thought, well, this kind of looks like ash, similar to this shell being encased in the ash. But same as this petrified turtle, it has a similar type of brown stuff, but that's part of the petrification process of the turtle. But you know, just because they are familiar with each other does not mean that this is ash right here. You know, I don't even want to start getting into giants and titans and stuff like that. It's not my deal. I strictly stay with the trees, but I just had this piece and thought I would show it because I thought Mike would like to see it. Okay, you see this here? This is interesting. If we flip it around, look at this. So these look like membrane walls right here. You have a dark, a light, and a dark, and then you see that? It's pretty interesting. Then you have these darker sections inside, which if it was ash, I would assume that it would all be ash, like this color. So I don't know what this is, if this is biological from a creature that once lived. I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, I have no problem with Mike Stellium 7 and what he does. He seems like a really sincere guy. But there's a lot of channels that, you know, I'm not even going to stir up a hornet's nest, but they are opposed opposition, and just because they seem educated and their stuff seems legit, I'm telling you, they're deceivers, okay? You got to use discernment, and I'll just leave it at that. But I'm going to, I think, start a series on the different elements, showing the hard rock mining, showing that, like, whether it's palladium or lithium, whatever the element is, or the mineral, showing that it comes, just do a video on each individual one, showing that it originated from the tree, kind of like this right here. I know we just went over this, showing that the mica is part of the bark and part of the tree in different circumstances. It could be bark and or tree, but this is a piece of wood that turned to mica. It's truly incredible. Okay, I want you to see this. Okay, so we're going to put that up. Okay, make sure I didn't miss anything here. And when I tell you this here, it's part of a tree ring. I'm telling you, I've seen these in sheets as big as a football field, laid down, like kind of like bedrock. And once again, I've got videos on bedrock. Bedrocks is nothing but tree rings laid down. And then, so my uncle worked at a mine his whole life, and these are some of the samples that he just recently passed away, but these are some of the samples, and that stuff over there in that box that I was showing you, like I showed you in that picture of a piece of the tree with the gold in it in the tree. It's part of the tree. I'll put another picture in right here just so you understand what I'm talking about. That the gold came in that particular type of tree. Okay, so these are a whole bunch of different samples that he was getting. Like this is a pyrite test. This is from 1988. This is 29 grams, and all kinds of different envelopes here with different samples. And this stuff here is actually like this right here in powder form, and it's got thousands of tiny little speckles in there, which is just part of the, similar to this, all the little speckles in it, and all the little speckles in the sap. Just like here, this is wood, and you see part of the bark and stuff incorporated in the sap as it was petrifying. Okay, this is bark. So anyway, I just wanted to show you this. It's kind of cool, but you know, and I'm going to tell you the story again really quick, okay? So let me try to stand this up so you guys can see me. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay, so I was working in a gold mine with a friend of mine up in Central City, Colorado. He had a film crew up there who was doing like a horror scene inside this particular part of the mine. And one of the lady producers was talking to him, and I was kind of like 10 feet away, just kind of hearing what they were talking about. And she was asking him, because she was concerned about the gases in the mine, if they need to be worried about it. And this guy's an old-time miner, and he'll never talk to me about it. Like, I don't know what the big secret is, but well, I do, but he was explaining to her that you don't need to worry about that was a gold mine and a silver mine, that you don't need to worry about the gases, because the methane comes from the coal mines, which is really dangerous. But this mine, he didn't need to worry much about it because it was all timber, is what he was saying. A different type of material. And you know, when he told her that it was all timber, I was shocked to hear him say that kind of publicly, out loud. But I think it just went way over her head, what he meant by that. But that just shows you that he knows what it is, the gold mine. I got videos and pictures of that in there. It's just like the outside. It's all just the way the tree breaks down. It's just like walking into the gold mines, like walking into the belly of a tree, okay? So I just wanted to tell you that. So let me go over here real quick. So I think I pretty much covered this. So you could go into just about any rock pile or landscaping place, and you could look through all their rocks. You know, you can go down to the river to the gravel bars, and you could find all this stuff. So this piece right here is similar to this piece. You know, it was ones like this. It was ones in recognized form, and then it rolled in a river. You know what I mean? But all of it. Okay? Anyway, so I'm going to end this here, and I may put some pictures in at the end of this, and then my next video I'm just going to put a bunch of pictures and stuff, which you should understand since I've went over this with you here. But I really want you to understand, whether you choose to believe it or not, whether it changes anything in your life, makes your life better, makes your hikes better, your exploring, that I'm telling you, I would put my soul, my eternal soul on the line, that all the minerals, metals, all come from the periodic table, all originated from the tree in one way or another. It's not from millions or billions of years ago, from magma and volcanic explosions that deposited everything into these tree remains. Okay, it's an absolute lie. Okay, so you can do that with whatever you want, but I'm going to leave it at that. So I hope this video was educational for you. If you have any questions about anything that I've shown, I'd be more than happy to go over it again with you. You know, it's just such a big project. It's hard to show people in a way that they can understand it and step out of their indoctrination, especially when it comes to the highly educated, indoctrinated people that paid lots of money for their geology degrees and archaeology and all this stuff. It's truly incredible. Okay, so I'm just going to leave you with that. If you have any questions, I may put some pictures in at the end of this, or just do a whole nother video with some pictures now that I've explained a lot of this to you. But I hope you understand about the mica, the feldspar, the quartz, everything. Okay, so I could go on and on and on, but and I'll also put a video up about this piece right here. Okay, so remember that the butamen, also a direct product from the tree, just like coal or oil. Okay, all right, people, well, thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Take care. I'm still here in this little place, but it's all the same. I wanted to show you this little piece. This is all a piece of wood or a bark. This whole thing, even down here, all the mica, all this here is pieces of wood, just like here. But you can see the silver side of it, like the accordion I showed you, like right here. I'll show you again. Okay, that's all mica, but it's wood. Okay, it's wood just like that. You come down here, and you can see it all right here. There's bark up there that looks just like this, that's wet. You see here all the glittering. It's all bark. All this. That's the mica, and this is a small section. This whole thing is full of it, this whole area. But I haven't found any large pieces yet. It's just pieces like this and pieces like this, and this whole thing is just full of it, the whole thing. So I want to show real quick the wood and the bark incorporated in the sap. See, this is all wood, and it turned to mica. This is all wood right here. And through the process of petrification, it's all part of the bark. See, this is all wood that turned into mica. It's soft. Yeah, this is wood. It turned into the mica. Same here. All that is wood and part of the bark. Okay, I'm out here now, and so before I begin, it's really important that you understand to understand these videos, especially this one, that you had to have watched my past videos. You have to understand the tree remains like I've showed you, and you have to retain the memory, because some of this won't make sense. So, boy, where to begin? Okay, remember, I'm going to show you that the metals originated in the biblical trees. And you know, this is so important because there's so many implications, and proves the lies of this world and this educational system, and you know, there's just so many implications attached to it. So let me just show you a few things here, okay? So I've shown you that the quartz is the petrified sap, okay? I've shown you that the mica is the wood. Okay, so I have a small piece of sap right here that I got off of a cedar tree, and you see the wood inside here. It's just like that, the same exact thing. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Okay, so this would be the mica that's right here, and right here, and right here, just like you see here. And that would have been the quartz. That would have been the sap that petrified. Okay, it's the same exact thing. Okay, and you see here, this is the same thing. And then you have feldspar inside here. Feldspar is part of the tree. It's not the part of a giant creature, dragon, that where the sand turned into, the flesh turned into sand. The feldspar. Okay, it's absolutely ridiculous. So I've told you all these geodes is what they call them. I'm going to show you that all this is sap, okay? This here is sap right here from a modern day tree. It's crystallized, okay? So before I continue here, let me take you over here. So I crushed up some of the crystallized sap, okay? And you see it right here. So this is some sap right here that I crushed up and crystallized, okay? I mean, that was crystallized from modern day trees. And I want you to look at this. I'll put a lot of pictures in here, okay? And then when you look at the, let me zoom this in. So here's part of the tree, and here's the sap. When you look at the sap, you'll see it's the same exact thing. Same here, you've got the tree right here. And then you got the sap. When you crush this up, or you crush this up, the petrified sap from the biblical trees, you'll see it's the same exact thing as this. That right there is petrified sap. This is crystallized sap crushed up from a modern day cedar. Okay, it's the same exact thing. Okay.
Someone's on the prowl, trying to take us down, but we ain't giving up now. A liar and a thief coming after you and me, but we ain't giving up now. The harder the wind will blow, the deeper our roots will go, and the devil is gonna hang. Oh, the devil is gonna hang. Oh, the devil is gonna hang from his own
gallows. Okay, so we're gonna go back over here. So I'm really limited on the sap because my house burnt down, if you don't know, and I've lost everything. And a lot of my, not a lot of, all my stuff that I've collected over the years got burned up and destroyed. So anyway, this sap right here Hold on a second. This sap right here is no different than this or that, okay? Let me just show you here. So this is petrified, this is crystallized sap that I crushed up right here, just like that. Okay, and it does the exact same thing, but on a different scale. All these pieces in there is all sap, okay? Just like you see here. This here is sap, and it's the same exact thing you see here. So this piece here, I just busted it up. So this used to be all one piece. But you'll see, it's all part of the sap that crystallized and petrified. Okay? The same as this. If I crush this up or cut it in half, this is a lighter color right here. But the darker color, you'll see it does the same thing right here. This is just only crystallized. It's not petrified. Okay, and when you get into these crystals, like this one's kind of a bluish. This one, I don't know what color you would call that, but it's not white. It's an off-white. And then you have white. This thing will happen naturally with sap, with maple or honey or sugar. And then on a larger scale, these crystals will become larger. But this is a natural occurring thing. This is sap right here. And I'm going to show you some more to hammer it home, so to speak. This is just discolored because it was open. It wasn't a sealed unit, so to speak, and it became weathered. All this is right here, I know this don't look like tree, but I'll show you in a minute. This is sap. That way there was a pocket of sap that crystallized, and it did this, okay? This is the natural forming thing from different plants, trees, shrubs, bushes of vegetation. Okay, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute. But I want you to look at this again before we leave from here. This here was no different than this. It was just a big ball of sap that it crystallized and petrified. So I'm going to cut this up here right in front of you. Hold on. Actually, that's kind of soft, so let me see here. See, and if I could get a microscope and zoom in on this, I know you see all these bumps and stuff of the, this is all just quartz. You would see the same thing in this if I was able to really zoom in on it. But it's a small version. So anyway, you break this open. Okay, now I broke this open, and let me spin this around. You'll see this is sap from a regular modern day cedar tree. And you'll see it's the same exact thing. Okay? Let me zoom in a little bit. You see that? And then I just cut this in half in front of you. It's the same exact thing. Okay? This one, the other half, it's the same exact thing. It might be hard to believe, but I'm showing it to you. That is sap. Okay? I'm going to show you this one more time. This is the petrified sap. This is the wood, that's mica that was in it. Just like this piece right here. This sap is crystallized. If it petrified, it would, and this turned into mica, just like this. Okay? It's the exact same concept. Same here, you got the mica, you got the crystal, you got the petrified sap, just like this. Okay, and then all this here is just when I was busting that big sap ball up right there. This is just stuff that broke off, but if you zoom in on that, you'll see it's identical to the crystallized sap.
Though the the flames they surround. Oh, we ain't giving up now. Even though we may tread through the valley of death, oh, we ain't giving up now. The harder the wind will blow, the deeper our roots will go, and the devil is gonna hang. The devil is gonna hang. Oh, the devil is gonna hang from his own gallows. Hey, hey.
We'll go right over here. I got 3 other places I want to show you. Okay, so this is what wood looks like after it's kind of rotted and decayed. And then it breaks down into sand. So I'm showing you this. This is the inside of a tree. Okay, possibly some kind of plant or bush or something. Could have been a tree. But then you get this stuff coming out of it. I've explained this. This stuff. This stuff. It's what the world calls flint. They make arrowheads and stuff out of. You see here, in my video on the mica, I have a piece of sap, white sap, that's just like this. And the little wood chips from the bark are in it. Just like this. This is wood. Okay? All them pieces like here I showed you, this is the sap. And just little pieces of the tree bark and tree that's incorporated in the sap. Similar to this modern piece right here, this is still soft. But this would be the petrified, this would be the sap that came out of the tree, okay? And you see the wood, pieces of the wood and stuff incorporated in it. Okay? Under the right conditions, this right here, this sap with all the wood pieces in it, would do the same thing as this, okay? You see all the wood in it, that's mica. This would have done the same thing, all the little wood pieces in it, and this is soft, you see? It hasn't crystallized yet. So this is the same thing as that. Okay? So when I told you about the crystal, okay, so this is what that crushed up crystallized sap, this would be the same exact thing right here. I want you to look at this, okay? So you see this is the petrified wood, and this is the sap that petrified in the tree. And I want you to look at this. Okay? That is the petrified sap from the biblical trees. Okay? Look at it real close again. Okay? Now hold on. You come over here. And this is the sap that crystallized, and I'll do it right in front of you and show you that it's, watch, hold on. Okay, and I'll put it back with that stuff, but you'll see it's all the same. Okay, it's not all together in one rock, it's just split up, but it's the same exact thing as this. Okay, you see that? This is petrified, and you'll see, I'll show you that that I didn't mix any pieces in, that this is crystallized. See, it's crystallized, it's not, I didn't. See, this is all crystallized, and it's the same thing as that. Okay, so let's go back over here. So once again, this is the wood. This is the wood that turned to mica, the petrified sap. And all the gold and all the other metals were in here, in the quartz. Quartz and gold and copper, they always run together. You will not find one without the other. showing you here is I've showed you before. I've shown hundreds of thousands, literally, examples in the last 5 years in my videos. But this is a petrified sap. And how everything gets the flat edges. This is a piece of wood, one of them little pieces.
So if you're stumbling in the dark, run your hands against the walls. Find every window and every door. Throw them open, and in will flood a blinding light, and it will chase away the night. Even if you
Little pieces. And you see it turn to crystal. Not like this petrified sap. But if you look at this under a loop right here, you'll see it's also small crystals like this. This happened under different condition. This is a piece of petrified wood. I know it's not that color, but I'm telling you it is, just like this. This was a little pocket of sap inside the tree. And this piece right here is like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. Okay, the same thing here. These little pockets of sap. This is part of the tree. And you know how they all get the flat edges. When you come here, this is feldspar. It's part of the tree. It's not part of the flesh of an animal that's 50 miles long or larger. It's ridiculous. This is the petrified sap. Okay. Let's go right over here. Once again, so here's the wood right here that turned to mica. The petrified sap and a little feldspar in there. And the gold, the silver, the copper, everything runs in this. It was not deposited, okay? You'll see right here. This is a piece of wood. This is the petrified sap. The gold, they do all the hard rock mining because all the metals and minerals are in the rock, which are the biblical tree remains, okay? You really need to understand that. See, this is that right there, this darker band, that's all wood, and you'll see it turn to mica. This is the petrified sap. This is just some sap with some of the wood pieces integrated in it. Okay? So, I think that's about it, but I want you to understand that I'm going to show you that this here, the gold runs in this, and all the other minerals and metals, okay? Showing you that this is sap. For some it may be hard to believe, but I'm showing you. I just crushed that piece up that I had, but you know, if you were to look at this under a loop, this is crystallized sap, okay? It's the same, and I'll show you again, it's crystallized. It's not just a piece of rock that I took off there to make it look alike. Okay, so this is actually soft. See, hold on. Well, shit, it just went everywhere. But anyway, this is crystallized sap. This one's a little soft. But it's the same thing. And if you were to look at it under a microscope or a powerful loupe, you would see it's all the same. And you know, this subject is so large, especially getting into the periodic table, with stuff like this and stuff like this. Okay, I'm showing you, it's self-evident. Okay, I'm showing you, this is all the sap. It's all the same.
Someone's on the prowl, trying to take us down, but we ain't giving up now. A liar and a thief coming after you and me, but we ain't giving up now. the harder the wind will blow, the deeper our roots will go, and the devil is gonna hang. Oh, the devil is gonna hang. Oh, the devil is gonna hang from his own gallows. Though the waters try to drown and the flames they surround, oh, we ain't giving up now. Even though we may tread through the valley of death, oh, we ain't giving up now. The harder the wind will blow, the deeper our roots will go, and the devil is gonna hang. The devil is gonna hang. Oh, the devil is gonna hang from his own gallows. Hey, hey.
So I'm actually going to set the camera up so you can kind of watch this as I do it. I'm going to take this piece off right here. I took a piece off right here already, and you'll see. Okay, you see the wood. Okay, you see the wood right here, very preserved. You come right here, this will kind of show you the true color of what all this is really supposed to look like. Okay, you see that? That does not have the moss algae on it like this does. This is pretty close to the dark brown reddish it should be. I don't know how well it shows to the camera. Maybe I'll put a couple pictures in here I'll take with my phone that takes better pictures. Okay, the trees break apart like fibers in today's world and the biblical trees. So I'm going to set this up and we'll take this off together. Hold on. Okay, I think that's going to hold, hopefully the stuff don't fall down and break my camera. All right, here we go. Let's see here. I'll show you what these pieces look like. Holy smoke, that's on there good. Well, it might prove harder than... Oh, holy smokes. Well, I wanted it to come off in a big chunk. Alright, we'll leave it at that. Let's look at what we got. Okay. So, that's on there more than what I thought. Let's look at some of the pieces. Okay, you see here, it's fresh wood. This is petrified, so no, you can't burn it. I'll show. It's wood. Okay. We're going to go to a couple other spots where I may be able to peel a bigger piece off. A couple different areas. Okay. So we're going to leave this at that. I'm going to try to get a bigger piece off. I got a 6-foot spud bar, but it's back in my truck. I got the girls here keeping watch. There's Roxy. And Grace is right down there. When we were up here in April, we encountered a mountain lion, and she was growling and shaking uncontrollably. But everything worked out fine. Anyway, I'm going to try to get a piece of this off, a larger piece. If not, we're just going to move on to the next spot. Okay. Check this out. Okay, some things are very prominent due to the weather and which direction they face. So here, this is a good example of showing you the petrified wood. Okay, I'm going to get up close to it. It's like fibers. All of it. Let me pause it. Let me try to get up there. Hold on. Well, here's some right here for you to look at. Okay, and then I'll go over there. All that discolored stuff like that is the same. We've been through that. And like I tell you, the tree rings are like fibers. Okay. Look at this. This is incredible. I'm going to go a little closer. Look at this. That looks like one of them tables that they cut a slab of wood off and put polyurethane on. It is so incredible. Look, I see. Oh, it's in there so tight. Can't get it out. I left my bar in the truck. Got tired of carrying it around. Okay. Look at the color of this. Hold on. Look at some of that color in the wood. I'm sure it's faded a lot. It's pretty incredible. Look it up under there. That broke off. You see, that wasn't a natural split like all this is. That was snapped off after it was felled. Let's go over here. See, so when I show you all this stuff like this, it's hard to recognize, but this is what it looks like. Okay, that's what it's supposed to look like. Let me go right down here. Hold on. See, so all this empty space was all connected. It's just all them pieces just went, like I've shown you many times. Here's one of the gaps. Right here, they're all over. The gaps you would walk through. The way the tree breaks down and all the splits. There's one of the gaps. The gaps. They're all over. They're everywhere. This little section right here broke off. This was snapped off. It wasn't broke off naturally. It doesn't even look petrified. It really doesn't. Look at this. That is so massive. I'm going to get up there close one more time because I won't be back here again to document this. Okay. Look at this. I mean, from what I see here, it looks like fresh wood. It doesn't even look petrified. It's truly incredible. Gee. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, once again, we're going to walk through the split. It's kind of like an ant walking through one of the splits of the trees today. And it goes on and on and on like this, as far as the eye can see, for literally a 100-mile radius. That is mind-blowing. So what I'm going to show you now is pretty important because it's going to give you a pretty good visual of just how large these branches were and how I know they're branches. Once again, this is just a tiny sliver of the upright portion of the tree stump that's still remaining. Okay, let's go up and look at it. Okay, that's just a small section. It goes all the way around, and I think I might be able to get this in over here. That's part of it. It's so massive. Okay, so let me show you this here. Okay, this here continues on and on and on. I mean, it's endless. And I want you to see here, you see this piece here. In the trees today, I've shown you how they break down with the gaps and splits. So you hear, this is a split, and then you have the gaps, and it's like this all the way down, okay? You have a piece, a gap, a piece, a gap, and it does that all the way down for a mile. And it goes from way down over there to way down over here. It just, see, it goes, it's just continuous. Okay, all of this. But one thing I want you to understand is as it gradually goes down, these are level. All these are level. So if all this is missing as it goes down, wherever the top is, we're getting pretty close. If you were to project this out, all the way out above the trees, all of that would have been part of the branch. Hundreds of feet down, it would have been up here. That when it was actually wood, and it was broken apart in pieces like this, like I've shown you in the piece of wood, and I'll put a picture in here right now. Okay, and then the flood came and took a lot of them pieces away and left the stronger pieces that were attached stronger to the branch intact, and they petrified. But I hope you understand that this is probably the highest one. So, and they're all level. So if you were to project this, because this all used to be one branch, all the way down, it's the same. It was so massive. And that gap you walk through, I've shown you that. It's just a little gap between the pieces in the branch of today's world. Okay? So I want to take you right back over here and show you one more thing. Hold on. So I'm just going to let you walk with me. But I want you to see how this goes. All this empty space where I'm standing used to be all connected. It's all over there. These are just remnants that are attached, most of them, to the branch. Now look at right here. This is just another tiny, this right here is large, but it's like a grain of sand in the whole ocean compared to how large these trees were. Look at this. It's just a small section. This, from all the way over there, used to be here all the way around over that way, and it used to carry all the way out that way. This goes down, used to go all the way out. All that's missing. It's so massive. And there she is in all her glory. That's just like one shard of a tree stump. Let me just show you one more time. Well, my battery died, and I was going to show you that this here is just one shard, just like the monument of Mount Rushmore. It would be just one shard sticking up, and you can't see all the rest of it. But that what I just showed you is just one little area of the whole stump of the tree that's still remaining. That's all it is. It's just one small area. God, I can't even, I don't know how well you can see all this stuff. It's just so massive. Let's go back right over here and take a look at this. There's the gap. You walk through the gap. You walk through the gap. It's amazing how some things stay like this and others get this, but it depends on the moisture and which direction it's facing. This is pretty incredible. Look at this. Look at that. That is so incredible. Can you imagine this once living? And you know, the Bible does say, especially in the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Eden was in the Garden of God. So I haven't figured that out. But these trees could be seen from all ends of the earth, and not on a round globe. There are not ends of the earth on a round globe. So everything I've been showing you lines right up with biblical. So if you're not into that, I sure hope that kind of changes your mind a little bit. Look at this. I mean, this is such a small piece, but it is so incredible. I would love to have this in my front yard, and I could testimony to so many people. It'd be pretty incredible. It would be. Well, I'm going to take a few pictures with my camera and include them with this. But, you know, when you see this, it doesn't look like much. It just looks like stone. But when the moss isn't on it, you see that it's all tree remain. Such a tiny piece, and all this space, all of it is just gone. This branch used to come all the way up and over, and the rest of it's under the ground. You know, when you have a branch that falls, and you have the smaller twigs off of it, that's the way it is, and it's just piled upon branch after branch after branch. Look how high that is. And these mountains are so tall, and it's all a buildup of the tree remains, going down to Lord knows how far, including the root system that had to anchor that tree to the ground. in Ezekiel 31, it says they went down to great waters. Well, the only great waters that I know of are the fountains of the great deep. You know, if you really read Ezekiel 31 100 times, and you're going to get something different out of it each time. It's not a metaphor, okay? Where he's comparing King Pharaoh to Assyrian. It's true and literal. I'm showing you, okay? This world lies to you. Pastors lie to you because they're not spirit filled, and they're in it for the money, or they just don't understand. But I'm telling you, these trees were biblical and they were different. And I said it before that there were, just like today, there's so many different kind of trees and plant and fruit bearing trees and herbs. Everything that we need to survive comes from the earth. But I'm telling you that the depending upon the tree, that golds, all the metal groups were properties of these trees. I'm telling you. You look at feldspar. I did a video on it. Several different things come out as feldspar, but feldspar's, it's underneath the bark of the tree. It's a different layer to the tree, and they get different minerals from feldspar, and it goes on and on and on with different minerals and metals. You look at copper. Copper got all the quartz in it, just like the gold. The copper was a conductive metal that was in liquid form inside the tree. It was not deposited. Where'd the copper come from? They tell you from magma. It's a lie. They tell you from exploding stars. It's all just sorcery. Okay? I'm trying to show you the truth. This ain't an opinion or a thought or a belief. I'm telling you. I'm showing you. But anyway, I'm going to take some pictures of this. And if I run into anything else that's pretty incredible, I'll film it. And I probably won't get very far, so I'm gonna move on. Hey everybody, so I got a couple things to say before this video starts. Just made a little list here. So I'm probably only going to do 3 more videos. It'll be this one, about a 12-hour video compiling some of my best material, and the third one releasing thousands of my pictures that are truly incredible, that most people have never seen. The reason why, there's several reasons why. One is, I got equipment failure. It's just been a struggle to do some of the simplest things for different reasons. MacBook has changed their settings to where doing things from like a 32-bit to a 64, they changed their whole format for different things, and Mac is not compatible with it. It's just such a pain in the butt. It's really hard to explain. Some people may understand what I'm talking about. Not only the equipment, but like my camera, besides the computer, the time I put into this, which I'll explain in a minute, and then just the expenses that I've put into this. I've put endless time over the past 6 years. I've devoted myself to this, and it seems like, I know a lot of people appreciate it, but I do this only for one reason. I do it for you guys, to show you the truth. There's been a divine intervention behind this, and I felt obligated to do this. and I know it's showing a lot of people the truth. A lot of people have woken up. It's changed a lot of people's lives. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's been kind of disheartening, because there's two channels. They both do the same thing, and I know I can't control what people think or what they believe, but I have some subscribers that are subscribed to my channel and these channels, and they totally contradict each other. Like I say, I've went out of my way. I've shown you undeniable, tangible, self-evident proof. But for some reason, some people, I don't know what it is. They will believe anything. I mean, anything, and they'll believe two different things that are totally contradict each other. So, you know, that's just part of it. But what I think I'm going to do is, after I put these 3 videos out, I think I have a second channel. It's my same one, Hangman 1128, but it's got a 2 after it. I think I'm going to start a new channel. I'm going to keep this one just so people can still view my content. But I think I'm going to do some work on that channel exposing the lies to the truth, because, you know, these guys are so, they believe, they're so trustworthy, and the stuff they put out seems really legit, but it's not, because I will show you what I mean in these videos if I do them. You know, I can use a comparison like this. So if some people don't understand how the world works with the lies and the deceptions that run so deep, they're just not going to understand this. Okay. So as an example, you got like the biblical cosmology, the flat Earth and the creation. Okay. Well, what we see and what we feel and what we experience is totally different than what NASA, the History Channel, Discovery Channel, the millions of years, everything, the evolution, the Big Bang. All that stuff is to discredit the truth, okay? So, like the sun, for example, okay? They say the sun is 93 million miles away. It's 400 times larger than the Earth, okay? That, along with all the other stuff that NASA and this History Channel, Discovery Channel, all that type of channels, the educational institutions, you know, it's all programmed to hide the truth and to support the Big Bang creation evolution. So I guess what I'm getting at is it's easy to fool people with lies when they have the knowledge to put things along with it that looks like it supports it, but it's false. Okay, the same way NASA does it, and a lot of the stuff they put out is all fake. It's unreal, but to a lot of people it looks real. But anyway, that's part of the reason. It's very discouraging. You know, and there's so many people that I can tell by the analytics of my videos that not very many people watch my videos from beginning to end, and they've been a kind of a progressive type experience, revelation, whatever you want to call it. And I like I say, I only do this for one purpose: for you, to show people the truth. And I put so much devotion and time into it. People are missing so much, and I know there's people who watch it. But anyway, I'll put some examples in here of the sun, for example, showing that it's a close local sun, not some massive ball of fire that's 400 times larger than the Earth. They reverse everything. If you look at a picture of the Earth and the sun, they'll have the Earth this big and the sun this big. It's opposite, okay? Anyway, the video I'm going to do today, I'm revisiting the periodic table, the mica and the gold. Okay, I'm going to expand on that dramatically, and you can apply this to everything. When I have told you that everything from the periodic table is a product of the biblical trees, this is so large and so complex, it's hard to explain it and show it to you. Especially when you have other channels that are like poison. They'll tell you something different that supports millions of years and ridiculous beliefs. And everything from the periodic table, you know, it comes from hard rock mining, okay? You look at all the hard rock mining they do, it's all tree remain, all of it, okay? And they say it's deposited. I've covered this before. You can go way down into the earth to the tallest mountains, the Himalayas, the Alps, you know, Mount Everest. It's the same thing. But they say it was deposited. Where did all these minerals and metals, elements come from that are span all across this earth? The lies they tell from the core of the earth, most of it is all, they say, came from volcanic activity, okay? This is so complex, it's hard for me to show you everything. And I hope I've shown you enough over the years that you understand this. And you got to remember the size of the trees, the branches. They were so large. You know, you have miles wide tree remains, and they could be in the form of a butte, a mesa, a plateau. They could be in a form of a jagged mountain range. You look over at Switzerland, the Tetons, and all these places. If a person cannot see that these are tree remains. Anyway, I'm going to get on with the video. So the first couple things I'm going to show you is not have anything to do with what I got behind this camera on the table. It's just a reminder of some of the things for you to remember and take into account. Okay, so hold on a moment. Okay, so I showed you the arrowheads and I told you where they come from, okay? And this is a different camera. I had to buy a cheap camera. So hopefully this will show up. I'll try to add pictures in when of all this here that I'm going to show you. I'll try to add some pictures in here if I can get some good clear pictures with this camera. Anyway, the arrowheads, okay, they all come from the tree, okay? They call it flint, okay? They have names for all this stuff, but it's where they say it comes from is the lie. It's all just different tree remains. This is from the inside of a tree, okay? And they whittle it out of it. They call it flint, but it's tree remain, just like here. Just like here, okay? All of this, it's all from the inside of a tree, and this is where you get the arrowheads from. Okay, so let's go right over here real quick. Okay, so hold on a moment. So these are some mudstones that I wanted to show you, okay? And just out of spite, if you know, you know. So if you look at this here, someone's going to tell you that this is a hair follicle, and this is where the hair came out. Part of this is missing. It's just a mudstone. Okay, and there's always like an inner part to the mudstone, kind of like this, like this, like this, or like this. Okay, it's just the way the mudstones do. But someone will tell you that this is a hair follicle from a creature or a giant, and this is where the hair came out. Okay, if you know, you know. Okay, I'm not going to get into it. That's just kind of the deception stuff I've been talking about. I think I need to expose it so people can really dig deeper into the truth and not be deceived. Okay, so I want you to see these. These are mudstones, okay? So this is unrelated to what I'm going to show you. But these are mudstones. some are still like hard mud, and some are petrified. Okay? But these, you can go down to the river and find these. Okay? These are just mud that rolled up and created this. Okay? It may start off with something rolling and getting the mud around it. But this is hard as a rock, and it doesn't take very long for this mud to petrify in the river or in the mud. And then I found one that was larger, and you know, some people may say that this is a bone from a, you know, you could make up any believable story and tell somebody what this is, a piece of a vertebrae or something. Okay, what I'm showing you is just a mudstone that's petrified, the same as this, all of this, and they have like a shell on them. Okay, it's just the way the mudstones are. But somebody will tell you it's something different because they're believable. If you don't know, somebody can make you believe anything. But my point of showing you this really is that it doesn't take long for the petrification to occur. Okay, I see these in all kinds of different progressions, from soft, where you could just bust them up or, you know, smash them, to pieces like this that are hard, and then pieces that are just petrified. It's just mudstone. That's all it is. All of this is mud. You know, somebody would tell you that's part of a bone. Okay, and this is like the skin around it. Okay, it's not. Okay, but if you don't know any better, you'll believe anything. Okay, I could tell you this is part of a bone and this is the skin around it. Okay, it's not true. Okay, there's so many deceptions like that that are being told on a macro giant scale. Okay, they'll tell you this is skin. They'll tell you that this is part of a giant hair follicle and this is where the hair came out. It's not. There's always something in the mudstone. Okay, there was something in this one, but it fell out. Anyway, so I'm going to leave that at that. So let me go over here real quick. I hope that kind of gives you an understanding of what I'm talking about, the deceptions. If you don't know, it's easy to be deceived. Especially if the person's a deceiver, okay? So I'm showing you this right here, okay? And I'm just showing you this stuff just kind of as a reminder, because I'm not just going to keep showing you. I'm just kind of done with my videos, but I want you to remember some of this because it's important. You see that piece there, how it's got the flat edges, and it's discolored, okay? It's not the color of petrified wood like this, like that, like this piece. Okay, it's been high heated and it's taken the color away from it. The same with this. This used to be wood right here, but something did this to it and took the color away from it. Okay, and I told you this is the sap that was in it. So this piece right here, I always say like one of them small pieces. Okay, something similar to this. This right here with the two flat edges would be something similar to that. Okay, and this is the sap inside that crystallized into quartz crystal. These can be different sizes. They could be large. It does this. Okay, it'll be solid like this. It just depends on the environment and what occurred. This here used to be like this, but it was high heated. This is the limestone. I covered this before, and it kind of melted it down and discolored it. Different trees, different environments, different processes of what happened. Okay, remember, when I always say them small pieces, this is what I'm talking about, the way the tree broke down. In all my videos that I've shown, that when I'm walking along through all the places, that it's literally a 100-mile radius. It's that large of an area. So you won't see this part right here. The only part you see is the top. Okay, all this is buried upon another branch and another branch and another branch, like pickup sticks. And then you have a thin layer of vegetation that covers it all, and the only thing that's left is what's exposed. I've showed you these as large as a building, even larger, just single pieces like this that are slowly doing this. And they were like walking on the top of it, one after another. They could run this way, that way, wherever. And then I show you the gaps that I walk through that are 10, 20, 30 feet apart. You know, the gaps. Hey, I'm showing you through my videos. That's why if you don't understand what I'm saying, people don't watch all my videos, or they don't watch a small portion of them. If you went back and watched from the beginning to the end, you'll really be knowledgeable, and it's good for the soul, and you'll be like a child again when you go out and go on your hikes, your adventures. I don't care if you go to the bank or the school, you'll see the tree remains everywhere. You know, I remember they roll in a river too, and they become round and not recognizable. You know, they could be small little pebbles or larger stones that they use to divert water and stuff. Okay. While I'm here, I just wanted to mention, like, this is the limestone right here. And what's crazy about, and this is part of the cedar tree root system. What's crazy about it is you put a black light on it. I purchased a black light, and it's incredible what this looks like. Not all rocks are luminescent, but the cedar tree root system is luminescent. It's incredible. I got 2 different types of black lights, and they show 2 different types of. Oh, anyway, I don't know if I'll be able to put some pictures in or not, because my computer is like, it doesn't recognize the format or whatever, so that's part of the reason why you know, I just can't go out and purchase new equipment at the moment. It's just very discouraging. Anyway, see, these were just pockets of sap right here, and I know that don't look like petrified tree, but I'm telling you it is. Just on a side note, my old girl here, she's got, I think, a tumor on her spine, and she's not doing real well. Ruby, come here, girl. Yeah, she can't, she has paralysis in her limbs like a couple times a day, to where she just goes totally paralyzed. And I don't know if she's panting now because she's hot, or if she's in pain, but I got a couple things for her for pain management. But you'll see the way she walks, and she always pulls to the right. And she's actually walking really good now. But she usually lifts her legs up high. Let me pause this a minute so I can let her in. She usually doesn't do that. Just like like you see a dog, you put booties on a dog and how they try to walk. That's how she is, or she'll go down and just lose total feeling on one side, like she goes paralyzed. Anyway, back to the video. So like this piece and that piece were one of the same. These are small pieces compared to what they came from. Okay? And as for the deception, again, I'm going to show this one more time, that somebody may tell you that this is part of skin. Okay? And this is whatever name, the interstition, or whatever words they use. Okay? I'm telling you, I am almost to the point to where I need to start a channel that exposes this from the truth, because I can show you the truth from the lies. So I gotta ponder on that. So anyway, we're gonna go here real quick, okay? So let me pause it real quick. Hold on. Okay, I had to restart this camera. So what I'm going to show you here is really not in any particular order, but it's all it all goes together. So you just gotta kind of retain the memory of what I show you and what I say, okay? Because some pretty educational stuff here, okay? So we'll just start right here. So if you see this piece right here, it has like a gold tint. This one has a silver tint. Why, I couldn't tell you. These are both pieces of petrified wood. It's not what people are used to recognizing petrified wood as, but this piece right here would be similar to something like this, okay? I just put this here just to show the difference between whatever was in the tree, okay? You have different kind of trees, different things happen with them because of different environments or different process from different trees. Okay, I'll show you this one here. Okay, and you see here, you see all these rings here. I don't know how well you'll be able to see them. There's, okay, so let's move on over here. So you look at this piece of bark right here, okay? It's just a random piece of bark. So bark, remember there was different kind of trees, okay? Plants, shrubs, bushes, vegetation, tropical, and even aquatic, like ocean, underwater. So this piece of bark here, petrified, same as this, okay? This is part of the tree, and I'm gonna, as I go down, I'll show you more, okay? This all ties together, but I can only show you one thing at a time. Unfortunately, this piece broke in half, and it's kind of discouraging. But anyway, so this is a petrified piece of bark, okay? Different environment, different kind of tree than this one right here. This is cedar right here. I couldn't tell you what this one's from. Okay? So this is really an important thing to understand, okay? So you see right here, let me show you this first. So this is just a piece of wood, okay? And you know, they got fibers and rings. They got knots and twists and turns, okay? This just happens to be a piece of straight grain, okay? Just like this piece of petrified wood right here. Okay? It's just a small piece. So something like this, they could be cut or it breaks naturally, okay? Something similar to this, okay? You see this piece right here, and you see these fibers kind of like striations, okay? Just remember that. But this piece right here would be similar to this or this, okay? It's the same thing. This happens naturally, you know, the way the tree breaks down and splits, okay? Or it could happen in today's world the way you have a cut that didn't go all the way through. Okay, so just remember that. Okay, so let me go back over here and show you, okay? So you see this piece right here. This is feldspar, okay? This is feldspar. All this stuff is feldspar right here. It's feldspar. So feldspar, I'm going to tell you what feldspar really is, okay? So you see here, I'm going to show you that I have a video on the mica, okay, on the periodic table. If you haven't seen it, you should go back and watch it. If you have, you're going to understand more, okay? So you see here, I've shown you this right here, okay? I've shown you this. I've shown you this, okay? Well, this is part of the outer side of the tree. This is just... These pieces right here are like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. They're so small and insignificant compared to what they came from, okay? So this is part of the bark right here, the mica, okay? I'll show you other examples here in a minute, but I want to tell you what the feldspar is, okay? So you see here, this is part of the tree. And this was one's bark, the mica that you see right here, okay? Okay, so let me tell you, so this feldspar, I'm going to tell you what it is. You got to understand the dynamics of a tree. For example, you have different layers of the tree as it goes into the center core. Okay, and you see that all these pieces right here, what's kind of odd is, see that center piece? I know that's not the center, but that's the center of this branch. The rings are smaller here and they're bigger out here. So let me pause it a minute and I'll show you a couple of different examples. Okay, here's a couple trees right here, and these are the branches, okay? You see here's the main part of the tree, and you see it always has that center core. Has a center core. Okay, let's look at these. You see it has the center, this is the branch, has a center core. Has a center core, okay? This one's pretty much close to being in the center, so all the rings would be pretty much the same. Same with this. This one's offset a little bit, okay? So let's go back over here. Hold on a moment. So before I go back over to it, I'll show you this one here. Okay, let me get back and show you. This is just a cool piece of wood that I put here. So you see here, here's the center. There's the piece. Come over here. You see the piece. Okay, they're in all of them. This one here has one, a little tiny one. But you see the center of this branch is right here. These rings on this side are really tight and small. These ones are larger, but that's the center. I know it's kind of an oxymoron, an offset center. But what I'm getting at is, you see this like layer right here, okay? This is small. On these trees that were miles wide, or the branches that were hundreds or thousands of feet in diameter, this layer here is the cambium layer. It's underneath the bark, okay? And it's what helps the tree get all the nutrients it needs from the ground and take it up to the leaves and the branches. And then the cambium layer will also help replenish the bark if it gets, as the tree starts growing or gets damaged, okay? This is all just the same color, but the cambium layer is attached underneath the outer bark, okay? It's called the cambium layer. So you come over here and I'll show you that this is the bark. This is just a little tiny piece that's left. But this bark was probably feet thick. Feet upon feet. And the cambium layer was probably feet upon feet thick.
Eh, ba da ci gaba da aiki. Ci gaba da aiki.
And then it goes into different sections of the tree. And remember, the trees have knots and twists and turns and burls and all kinds of stuff. But this right here is part of the cambium layer, okay? It's part of, the feldspar is the cambium layer of the tree, okay? And if you look here, all of this is the feldspar. This is part of the bark, okay? This is all bark right here. I'll show you different examples. But I've shown this in great detail in my first video, so I'm not going to get into it a lot here. You see here that this is just all part of the bark. Just small tiny pieces, like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. And I can only show you small pieces. But this is all feldspar, and it's part of the cambium layer of the tree. Okay, this is all bark. You see that right there? Okay, you see if that'll stand up. Okay, you'll see it's all the same. Okay, that's really important to understand, that the feldspar is the cambium layer. But they'll tell you in the science, the educational system, the History Channel, Discovery Channel, all these types of worldly entities that lie to support their Big Bang creation, they'll tell you that most of this stuff was created from magma, or the result of something volcanic. Okay, it's a lie. They do that. They'll tell you a little bit of truth, and they'll create a lie that supports that truth that looks believable. Okay, kind of like what I was telling you about this channel. Okay, so you see here. Okay, I'll give you other examples as we go along, but this is part of the bark. This is part of the bark. Different tree, different type of petrification process, different environment. Okay, I want you to just look at this one more time, and then we're going to move on. Okay, I'll show you this. This is all just part of the tree. It's part of the bark. Okay, that there is mica, but it was part of the bark. Okay, I hope that's showing you enough. The feldspar is the cambium layer of the biblical trees. Okay, so we're going to move on over here to some different stuff. Okay, so you got to be able to expand your mind a little bit here. Okay, I'm going to try to paint a picture. So if you could imagine, say, a branch. Okay, this piece is petrified right here, laid like that sideways. Okay, let me get a different example. Say this branch was laid sideways like this. Okay, or it was like this. Okay, but this branch is hundreds of or thousands of feet in diameter, so it's massive. It's not small like this. Okay, and you see all these layers in here. Okay, I want you to look at this. So let me show you this. So for example, you see this piece right here. Okay, so I think I don't know if my computer's going to allow me to do it. That's why this has become more difficult. So this piece of wood right here that's not petrified is just the same as this. So I got this whole hillside, okay, that's part of a branch. Okay, and it looks something, this is a tiny small version of it. It looks something like this. Okay, the white part you see down below, right here, is the same as this, and the same as this right here. Okay, this is all wood, but it's like a crystalline. It's like celery. Okay, just like this. It's kind of like celery, but it's petrified. And then whatever was in the tree, that's discolored. This is from a cedar tree. And I'm telling you, the whole mountainside, I mean the whole hillside is a branch laid down, either long ways or the end. And the way it breaks down over time, so you could imagine this being a branch laid sideways, but massive, hundreds of thousands of feet across from here to here, and then however long the branch was. Okay, and then in these layers right here, you have this. I'll show you a picture. These are all laid in here like this, like layers, like this, one after another. Okay, this is all cedar. It's just all part of the tree. And then this white stuff you see in here, this is so small compared to the size. This white stuff in here, when you look at this, the end of it with a microscope or a loop, it's got striations like celery, like this. It's just like this, but you don't see the tips of it. Okay, so I want you to understand that. Okay, that could be a branch laid on its side like this, like this, or it could be laid one like this, the end. Okay, and you see how the end is. Okay, you see them pieces in there like it's been broken off. See all these, like the way the branch is. Okay, the same as, let me give you a different example, same as like this or like this. Okay, there's so many different ways it could be. Okay, like this. It could be laid sideways, different directions, but this is what you see. And all this right here is the same as this right here. It's all part of the tree. This is a different kind of bark and or wood. Mica is the bark and the wood. Some of the wood did different things also that looks like mica. Okay, I have a lot more to show you, so you just got to keep a lot of this in mind. But this right here was part of a massive branch. This is like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. If you see under here, this part where my thumb is no different than this. Okay, this right here, these are just like that. It's one of the same. How the branch was laid down, whether it was the end or the side, I don't know. You know, they're so large, you just don't know. Okay, just like you could imagine this right here, if it had the jagged edges, it would be like that. The top of this would be like this. But this is a different kind of wood, different environment, something else happened, different kind of tree. Different things in the tree process in different ways. Okay? So you'll see that this and mica have a lot in common. And I've showed you that the mica is the bark. The mica is the bark. The feldspar, you'll see the same striations in it, just like the wood. Because bark and the tree, all throughout the tree, from the bark all the way in, have rings. Bark also has what I would call rings. This is part of the tree. The bark turned to mica, and then you see like all these silver and gold flakes throughout things. It's just pieces that leach through. That's all it is. So you come back over here. Okay, we're going to kind of work our way around the table. Okay, this piece right here could have been something laying like that. Okay, let me show you. So this piece right here could have been so massive in size, and then you got the different layers of the tree, and you got sap or whatever was in the tree, like leaching down, leaching out. Different things occurred. You know, it's hard telling, but I'm showing. My main point is to show you what it really is. You see here, So this is all cedar. Anytime you see this reddish, pinkish, orangish stuff, it's cedar. You look at all, if you're not familiar with it, you can look at it. You could look, just for example, all the stuff in like Garden of the Gods, the Manitou Cliff Dwellings, the Flatirons in Boulder, Colorado, Red Rocks, Colorado. All that stuff is cedar remains, and it's all across this earth. This here is a piece of cedar, okay? I know it don't look like wood, but it's been heated. This piece right here is no different than this piece of cedar. This is more in the raw form that hasn't been molested by weather or elements. This is cedar. This is the same thing as this. Same exact thing, but it's just a different process occurred to it. This is cedar, just like this. Okay? This could have got a lot of moisture and water and deteriorated different over time. But it could have laid like this. This thickness right here could have been hundreds of feet thick. Okay? Or like I say, it could have been the end of a branch like this. So the radius where my thumb is not going to be like that. It's so large, it's going to seem, the radius is going to be so minor. Okay? So I want to show you this just one more time, and then we'll move on. You see here, this is all part of the cedar. Let me turn it over. And you'll see that this stuff on the bottom of here, that white stuff you see, it's got that crystalline, crystal type look to it. This is the same thing. All this stuff you see in here, this is such a small scale, is the same as this. And then you tip it up, you'll see what it is. It's all just part of the tree. Okay? Just small parts of the tree. Whether it's part of the bark and or the wood, I don't know. I think it's a little of both. Okay, let's move on from that. Okay? So you see right here, this is a piece of mica. Okay? Let me try to stand that up. So you see on bark, let me see. There's all kinds of different, you imagine this piece where my thumb is being inches or feet thick. Okay, probably feet thick. And this is just all part of the bark. The bark. Okay, I'm going to show you. I've shown you in my last mica video, but I'll show you that this is all wood. Okay, this right here that's in my hand is no different than this. It's no different than this. It's just a bigger chunk. That's all it is. If you were to take one of these pieces off of here, it's a smaller piece than this, and they come much larger than this. Okay? So you imagine here, so like I say, there's different progressions through the process. So this piece right here, say this piece of mica was the finish process, fully baked pie, so to speak. But you have these pieces here that are from a different tree, or it didn't finish the process. Let me just show you these pieces. Okay, this here could have been a piece of mica just like that. But it didn't finish the process, or it's from a different kind of tree that didn't have whatever in it to create this. Okay, the same as this. This could have been a piece of mica easily. But it didn't finish the process, was in a different type of environment, or was a different tree. Okay, just like this. This could have been a piece of mica easily. And you see here, okay, I'll show you this. This is wood. But it didn't fully form to mica. Like I say, a different tree or different process occurred that didn't fully finish to create the mica. Okay, same as this. Okay, you see here, this is wood right there, but it turned to mica. Okay, this piece right here is no different than this. But like I say, it could have been a different tree or a different process that didn't complete. When I get onto here, I showed you this stuff. These are just some pieces. But like I say, when you look at this striation right here, let me find it. Hold on a minute. Okay, I found it. So when you look, this stuff here, that's the same as this or this, and it's the same as this. When you look at this close, you'll see, okay, you'll see the fibers of the wood, just like you would here. See them, that fiber? That's how you get like the crystalline structure. And they have all kinds of things that look alike. They have different names for them, like in mineral and crystal books. But it was all in the tree. Okay? Nothing was deposited. Okay, I wish people could completely comprehend that. You see that right there? That's no different than that. Okay, I have a whole bunch of this. So, it could have been something like this that's laid down. Could have been something like this. So now as we move on, I just want to show you these few pieces here as we move around. This is all wood. But whatever process occurred turned to mica. They'll tell you this is volcanic, due to volcanic activity. This is its natural form. This was never through a fire, never through a volcanic magma. This never seen any type of catastrophic event. This just naturally occurred this way. But this is wood. Okay? So let me move over here. And I'll show you other examples over there. So you see this piece right here, this is wood. But you see it's mica. And they lie to you and tell you how this came about, just like every other mineral and metal. But you see when they, and like they'll say, okay, this mica, it has potassium and zinc in it or whatever, okay? It was all a product of the tree. Nothing, zinc and potassium was not put into there, it was in the tree. So I want to show you something here. So this is, and we'll get more into this over there. But you see this little piece of, this is bark that's not petrified. And like I say, I can only show you small examples. This is part of the sap, and you see part of the bark. Okay, I didn't make this, it's just the way it is. So something like that is very similar to something like this. Something like this that has the sap, the quartz integrated with the wood, which is the bark. Okay, this piece right here is no different than this little piece right here. Look at this close. Okay, and then you look at this. It's the exact same thing, but this is from today. This is from a cedar tree. Okay, we'll cover this more when we get around the table. This is one of my I have so many favorite pieces, but this is just part of the sap and all the pieces you see in there like that. Okay, let me go over here. Like you have all these pieces here. Okay. So I don't know if you've ever seen a tree, like when it gets injured, the sap goes to it. Or you see fat wood and like cedar tree roots. Or the base of the tree, it's called fat wood. Okay, the same thing occurred. This stuff was pliable, liquid at one time, but these are just pieces of bark that turned to mica inside the sap. Okay? Just like this, you have pieces of the sap and you have bark integrated into it. Okay, so let's go over here. So I'm actually going to have to pause it here and start again because my time limit on this video is about done. So hold on. Okay, starting again. So you have, like, if you look in this piece here, okay, this is all part of the wood. So this is a piece of petrified wood right here. Okay? And you see in there, so you see this piece right here, okay? It's some kind of crystalline. They got names for, different name for every little tiny thing. Okay, this piece right here, this piece right here is no different than this piece or what you see inside this piece of petrified wood. This crystal-y stuff right here is no different than that. It just didn't complete the process to make the whole thing like this. These pieces here, you see the crystalline structure in them. Just like here. Okay? These are pieces of wood. This is coal. It does the same thing. But this is not hard like rock like this. It's coal. Okay? It's brittle, it'll break up. But this right here in my hand is no different than this piece of petrified wood. It's just different environment, different conditions. Okay? It's one of the same, but different environment, different process, different trees. Same with this and this. This piece right here is different than that or the coal. Okay? The coal is part of the wood too. You know, the coal seam. It's just part of a branch that's laid down. Okay, so I'll show you the mica here, okay? You see this is mica. This is wood, okay? This piece finished the full process, or it was a different tree that turned to mica, okay? And you see here, this is a different piece of wood, petrified. This could have very easily turned to mica, but it could have been a different tree, or the full process didn't happen. Okay? The same thing here. You see this is the sap. And this is the petrified wood. And you see this piece right here could have easily turned to mica. This is a piece of wood that's not petrified. Okay? They're one and the same, except one's petrified and one's not. This is the same as this. It's just went through a different process. Okay? Just like this. All these different layers in here. There's so many of them. And it would have turned into all the different pieces of flake that you see in the mica. Yeah, let me see if I get a piece off. I really don't want to destroy that piece. But we'll go with this piece. So you see this. This is all mica. It's all part of the wood. All of it, okay? So I want you to pay attention here. So this is a piece of petrified wood, okay? You see this, the rings or the fibers in it, okay? Whether it's in the bark or the wood, they're very similar, okay? Just like this, it's very similar. You see the bark here, okay? This is part of the feldspar, part of the cambium layer of the tree. You see here, this is feldspar. And you see close in here, what you see right here is where it attached, say, to the outside of the cambium layer, kind of like this. Okay, you see this here? See where the bark attached to the outside of the cambium layer? This would be the same thing. Okay, and it's the same as this. It's just the bark that's attached to the cambium layer. Same as this. This is all mica in there. But you see, it's part of the wood that turned to mica. All of this. Okay? You look at this piece here, it's really beautiful. Okay, this is just all part of the bark, like a cluster. It's just all part of a cluster of the bark. Okay, this piece here would be similar to this. This is a piece of bark. Okay, you see this is running up this way, that's running this way. You got the quartz, or the petrified sap. Okay, it's just kind of one of the same, just different process. This is just bark from today, from a cedar tree, not a cedar tree, I think it's a pine tree, I'm not sure. But you see all the sap on it. Okay, you just remember this because I'll show you more down here. Okay, this is wood. You'll see this everywhere like this. Whether you see the mica or not, you'll see the side of a mountain or the side of a hill or rocks that look just like this right here. It's just all part of the rings of the tree, whether it's part of the wood or part of the bark. Okay, so you come over here. This is just a mushroom or one of them fungus that grow on the tree, but I want to show you the bark right here, okay? You see the bark? This is a piece of the mica, and you'll see it's one of the same, okay? This is the bark, just like this. It's just a little tiny chunk. This right here in my hand is no different than this cambium. This right here is just a different size. Okay? I want you to look at this. It's one of the same. And it ain't that just because it looks alike. I'm just showing you that it's the same. This is from the biblical trees. This is from today's tree. But if you ever seen the bark on, say, like a big old oak tree, the bark, let me see here, the in between, the lower part, like hills and valleys, is like so thick on some of them, like 6 inches thick. You could imagine on some of these trees, if they laid down, they would create hills and valleys. Yeah, it's just so deep. You see this here, okay? Look at this. So hold on. This is one of the same. Okay? So now, we're getting close to being done. Remember, I showed you this could have been bark. Easily. Or mica. Okay, so you come over here. So all we got to do is just get through right here and right here. So you come right here, and I've already shown you here how the wood is. Just like this. Showing you that. I don't want to repeat myself, but just want to show you how the trees are like fibers. That crystalline structure would be the same as this. Okay? This is just a tiny, tiny piece. It could be feet thick. You see here, you got some of the tree. This is mica. You got some of the tree mixed up with the cambium layer, which is the feldspar, and some of the quartz in it. That petrified. So I've already went over this in my video, so I'm just going to briefly just cover it. So I've shown you I'm not going to cover this a whole lot, but I've shown you in my first mica video how this is a piece of sap that I got off of a tree. And you see all the bark pieces in it, okay? That would be the mica, okay? Similar to this piece right here. And all this sap would be the quartz that's in this piece. And all the mica you see would be like all the little pieces of bark throughout this piece of sap right here that's still soft. Some of it's starting to crystallize. It's one of the same. This right here, you'll see this area right here, That would be similar to, God, man, let me see. Let me see. You know, you see how you got all this stuff right here? Okay, that was all crystal. Similar to this. Okay, this stuff you see in here is the same as this. Okay? You come over here. Here's part of the bark from a tree. I got it off a tree. And here's part of the sap that's crystallizing, which will be the quartz. And I think it's, you see that sheen on there? I think it's like the resin or whatever is in the sap, like gets all in between the bark and stuff, kind of like how this is. See that sheen on there? Okay, it's kind of like the same sheen. Well, where the heck did it go? Well, I don't know where it went, but you know, it's the same sheen that you see on this. Okay, you see all these pieces here. Okay, all these pieces here is how the mica transforms. And I was showing you in my video that this piece right here is a piece of sap, a ball of sap, just like these. If you were to, and they come in different sizes and different shapes. If you were to look at this piece right here under a loop, I don't know how well you'll be able to see that, but if you look at it under a loop, it's the same as this. If you bust them open and cut it, like I did a piece right here, you'll see it's the same. I broke this off of here. It's just a ball of sap that crystallized and petrified. And sap, I've been over this, but sap, so this would be like a ball of sap and you get the crystallize in it. Just like this. This is sap, and I explained the wood, how it got different color from a heat. This is the same thing as this, it's just discolored from iron or whatever it is. This is the same as this. But you see, it just doesn't happen in the sap balls, it happens in the petrified wood. If you look in here, it's the same as this and the same as this. This is no different than this piece of petrified wood, except this is kind of discolored and this is discolored. But some of the wood remains, some of the color. Okay? I want you to look right here on these pieces of, I'm not sure if this is bark or if this is wood. But if you look at it close, let me get my loop. I don't know. If you look at it close, you'll see that it's turned to mica. The wood is turning to mica, or the bark. All of this. Okay? This here would turn to mica under the right circumstances. You see this here? This is just a piece of petrified wood that's getting ready to break down into sand. But this piece right here, that's just a piece of petrified wood, is no different than this that turned to mica. This right here, this piece of wood that's petrified, is no different than this. Except this is just a piece of wood that hasn't petrified. You see here, this would turn to mica if the right conditions were there. You see that cluster right here, like that? That would be just like this. Right here, under the right conditions. Okay, so let me come over here one more time. I just want to show you this. Let me pause it a second. This may be a repeat for some people. it may be the first time showing you it, but go back and watch my first video on the periodic table and it'll explain a lot. But this piece right here, you see this was all quartz. This was also heated. But I broke this off of here. It was a ball of sap like this. You look at this under the loop, you'll see it's the same thing, but different size. You look at here, these are not petrified. But you see the bark right here, and the same thing happens with the ball of saps, and they could be hollow like this, or they could be one solid ball of sap. See, it's all the same. You look at both of these under a loop, I just cut it in half. It's the same. This is the same. This is the same. Anyway, I hopefully proved my point here and showed you guys some truth to this. So, I'm going to pause it a second while I gather my thoughts and come to an end here. So I'm just going to end with this, and just remember, if I told you, if you didn't know any better, that this right here was petrified bone, and this was the skin or ligaments or whatever word people use, and this was the skin and this was the bone, you would probably believe me because you don't know any different. If I told you this was part of a hair follicle and this was where the hair came out, you'd probably believe it because you don't know any better. Some people do, a lot of people don't. Okay? I just want you to understand how easy it is to deceive somebody. Okay? So anyway, I think I'm going to end it there. It's getting kind of dark here. It looks like it's starting to storm a little bit. So I'm going to put all this stuff back in my totes. Oh, I also want to remember when I tell you about, remember the side of the bank that created these pieces, or where you find them, like this piece right here. This piece right here is the white you see in there. Okay, all this right here is no different than this. It's just the tip broke off. But I tried to show you that it could be a branch laid on its side. It could be the end of a branch that's massive, that's doing this type of fraying and fracture, or not fracturing, but splintering. Okay? Or it could be something like this. This is a piece of bark. This whole thing could be 10, 20 feet thick. I don't know how thick the bark would be on these biblical trees. But that could be some weird stuff like that. You know, it's hard telling. But being that you see this right here, like a splintered piece of wood, this is like crystalline, it's like celery. It could have been, this is a piece of bark, it could have very easily been something like this. And then the trees down below it, and you got something different down below that you can't see that's under the ground. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I hope you've learned something from this video. Just remember what the feldspar is. It's the cambium layer of the tree, okay? And like I said, I'm probably only going to put 2 more videos out. A video of my best finds, and a video of all my pictures I've taken, thousands of them, that'll some people may find interesting. Oh shoot, I forgot one more thing. When I tried to tell you about the progression of a finished product, like the mica being the wood, it's like there's like this piece right here. Hold on. Let me get 2 different examples here. One. I'll just get one. Okay. So you have different kinds of different progressions in different environments. So this is a piece of petrified wood. This is coal, but it's the same exact thing. Okay. That kind of progression, different environments. Okay. This. So I can't prove it, but I'm just trying to use a little logic and common sense, and from my knowledge of things that I've I've done in my past with mining and gold refining and so forth. So you have different progressions, okay? So I want to show you this real quick, okay? And I can't prove this to you, but it's just my belief, okay, or my thought from what I know. I'm just trying to use a little logic, okay? So let me show you something. So this right here is what they call chalcopyrite, okay? So what I'm going to get at is I'm going to tell you, I believe wholeheartedly that gold, iron pyrite, which is fooled gold, and copper are all one of the same. Just a different process from the finished product. We'll say the gold was in the tree and the finished product was gold. But that don't mean everything turned to gold from what gold was. There's probably an in-between stage where you have copper or chalcopyrite. To some that may sound crazy, but in my experience, my research, and my knowledge, I really believe that regardless of what the books say, what the geologists say, I don't really care. Because they're either completely brainwashed and indoctrinated, or someone don't know what they're talking about. But you have chalcopyrite. Chalcopyrite will have gold, fool's gold, and copper in it. Okay, copper ore. They say there are 3 different minerals, metals, whatever. That may be true, but I think in the big picture of it all, that they're all one of the same, okay? You look in this piece right here, okay? You see the gold in there, okay? We're going to look at a few. You see right here, you got iron pyrite, which is fool's gold, and you have gold in here, okay? I believe they are one of the same, just one didn't finish the process as much as the other. Here you have gold, copper, and iron pyrite, which is fool's gold in it. All 3 of them. I think it was all one of the same. Okay, look at this. It has all 3 of them in it. This piece has, and it's really heavy, this has fool's gold, it has copper ore, and it has iron pyrite, copper, and gold in it. All 3 of them. What are the chances that they would all be together if they're not all one of the same? Same thing here. This piece has gold in it, it has copper, and it has fool's gold, iron pyrite. And you know, they'll form the cubes and stuff, but if you look at a lot of the other minerals, you'll see they also form a lot of the cubes, just whatever process occurred. You come right here, see, so this has gold in it, okay? But it also has fool's gold and copper, all 3 of them. So one last time, most of these pieces here have gold, iron pyrite, which is fool's gold, and copper. All the same. That's my belief. So it gives you something to think on. Okay, just a different progression in a finished product. You have pure gold, you have copper or iron pyrite, fool's gold, that didn't complete the process, because it's kind of funny that you find them all 3 together in one place. And it's always from the hard rock mining. It's always in the hard rock with the quartz. And you know what the quartz is. I've shown you that a 1,000 times over. But I hope you learned something with the feldspar, which is the cambium layer of the tree. It regenerates the bark, and it sends nutrients up to the leaves and the branches, and then the photosynthesis happen with the sun, and it's a whole process. But anyway, I'm going to end it here. I don't know when my other 2 videos will be out on my best moments, and release all my pictures so people can see pictures they've never seen. And if people go back and watch my older videos, there's some really incredible stuff in there that people miss. You know, that's if you're interested and you want to see the truth. Alright guys, well, Thanks for watching.